Good evening. This is Monday, October 4th, 2021, and we're here for the City of Leawood's governing body meeting. The clerk will please call the roll.
Councilmember Azeltine.
Here.
Councilmember Phillip.
Here.
Councilmember Osman.
Here.
Councilmember Rawlings.
Here.
Councilmember Kane.
Here.
Councilmember Larson.
Here.
Councilmember Harrison.
Here.
And Councilmember Sippel.
Here.
All right, thank you. The next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. As you're able, would you please rise and we will face the flag.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, and we do have an amended agenda on pink paper. And thank you. We have some special business that has been added. So with that one modification, I would entertain a motion to approve the
So moved as
agenda.
amended.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Rawlings, second from Ms. Villa. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. Citizen comments. We have many citizens who have signed in to speak this evening, but they're all speaking on the development, Cameron's Court, so we will call on them when that item is up for discussion. So we move now to proclamations, and we have the first one is the National Arts and Humanities Month, and I'll ask if Ms. Holly York is here to receive this. And I'll read this into the record and present it to you. Thank you. Whereas the coronavirus has had a devastating impact on America's arts sector, with 99% of producing and presenting organizations having canceled events and artists being among the most severely affected segment of the nation's workforce. Yet notwithstanding this fact, the arts have helped collectively lead us throughout the darkest times of the pandemic, lifting our spirits, unifying communities, and jump-starting the economy. Whereas the nation's 120,000 nonprofit arts organizations, the National Endowment for the Arts, the National Endowment for the Humanities, the nation's 4,500 local arts agencies, and the Arts and Humanities Councils of the 50 states and the 6 U.S. jurisdictions and districts have regularly issued official proclamations on an annual basis designating October as National Arts and Humanities Month. And whereas the arts and humanities embody much of the accumulated wisdom, intellect, and imagination of humankind, whereas the arts and humanities enhance and enrich the lives of every American, whereas cities and states, through their local and state arts or agencies representing thousands of cultural organizations, have celebrated the value and importance of culture in the lives of Americans and the health of thriving communities during National Arts and Humanities Month for several years. Whereas the humanities help diverse communities across the United States explore their history and culture with the support and partnership of the National Endowment for the Humanities, the 55 state and territorial humanities councils, and local educational and cultural institutions. Whereas the nation's arts and culture sector, nonprofit, commercial, education, is a $919.7 billion industry that supports 5.2 million jobs, 4.3% of the nation's economy, and boasts $33 billion international trade surplus. Whereas the creative economy drives tourism and commerce, supports American workers, and makes up 4.5% of the annual GDP, proposed federal legislation titled the CREATE Act and the PLACE Act would support economic development of the creative economy. Now, therefore, I, Peggy Dunn, Mayor of the City of Leawood, Kansas, do hereby proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month in the City of Leawood, Kansas. And I would like to present this to our Cultural Arts Supervisor, Holly York, and thank you for all you do for all of the arts, both public and performing and cultural arts activities for the City of Leawood. We really do appreciate it, and I know our residents and those beyond our borders do as well. So if I can present this to you, please.
I'd just like to say it's so great to work for a city that supports the arts, and I'm just really happy to help bring the arts to Leawood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next proclamation we have this evening is our Double 10 Day proclamation, which I presented actually last evening at a National Day celebration. So I will read a few of these whereases into the record, and this will be sent to Director General Jerry Chang of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Denver. Whereas the Republic of China on Taiwan will be observing its 110th anniversary during the Double 10 holiday on October 10th, 2021. Whereas in 1889, Taiwan and the state of Kansas, through an act of the Kansas legislature, entered into a sister state relationship. Whereas the city of Yilan, Taiwan, and the city of Leawood, Kansas, entered into a sister city relationship of enduring friendship and international peaceful cooperation in Chiching Hall in Yilan on October 7th, 1988. Whereas the city of Leawood is delighted to join in observing the annual tradition and extend congratulations and best wishes to Taiwan during this celebration. Now, therefore, I, Peggy Dunn, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Leawood, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Sunday, October 10th, 2021, as Double 10 Day in the city of Leawood and urge all citizens to recognize this observance. We did have a representative from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Denver at the event last night, so it was nice of the Vice Consul to travel to be with us. That concludes the proclamations, and we now move to presentations and recognitions. And I have Fire Chief Colin Fitzgerald with a special presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Colin Fitzgerald, Fire Chief. So, as requested, as we discussed, I'm here with our deployment team from the Hurricane Ida recovery. And so just a quick summary in case anybody here who didn't quite know what was going on. Back on September 3rd, the state of Louisiana made a request for fire suppression support through an EMAC, an Emergency Assistance Cooperative Agreement that's pre-negotiated under FEMA standards and terms that allow states to get help from other states. And in this case, they were asking for fire suppression strike teams, which a strike team is basically a unit of response that, they can do the same type of thing. So in this case, for the fire suppression, they were wanting strike teams of 5 to 6 fire engines with trained crews. So the state of Kansas set out to provide one of those strike teams. And so on September 3rd, we received notice that they had received that request at about 1 p.m. We had a conference call with the Johnson County Fire Chiefs at 2 p.m. with emergency management. And then we, made our request to the mayor and the city administrator, got permission right away. And by, I would say, 3:45, we had our crew put together and an engine designated. So then we had a big flurry of paperwork and getting stuff ready. And the next morning, they had their outgoing briefing at 11 o'clock and hit the road. So about a 23-hour turnaround from when we first heard about it till they were headed to Louisiana driving a fire truck with 3 other crews from Johnson County and 2 crews from Wichita making up the Kansas strike team. So they were there for a total of 16 days counting travel. It was actually supposed to be a 14-day deployment, but you had to travel to the front and back. And as I talked about with the mayor, we'd have a couple pictures that we were getting updates throughout, basically pictures texted to us. So I know the first few pictures I shared at the out were pretty popular. So I guess if Ross, do we have these up on? Yep, there we are. So the first one is just some gee whiz numbers for y'all in case you're curious. So in those 2 weeks, these four gentlemen behind me did 1,414 crew hours on the clock. So 353 and a half hours apiece. So that's quite a bit in 2 weeks. They put over 2,500 miles on our engine, which is 100 engine hours, and they ran 19 calls for service. 2 of those are fires, some EMS, and some general type stuff. And then they did 23 community service missions where they were, handing out water, handing out ice, those kind of things. And I actually compiled all those numbers. You probably don't even know it just from the daily 214 forms that they had to put together for FEMA and for the ICS system. So just some pictures, and I kind of just, again, they haven't seen these yet, but they sent them all to me, so they shouldn't be a surprise to them. But I kind of divided them up into categories. So these are just some of the people they worked with. And if you have any questions, we can refer to the experts who were actually there as we go.
Could you have them name their names,
Oh, most definitely.
please? Thank you.
You all want to introduce yourself?
Captain Aaron Klein.
Thank you.
Firefighter Julian Rhodes.
Firefighter Jason Webb.
Lieutenant Jason Parker.
Thank you very much.
So this first slide is just some pictures of them in the middle, surrounded by people they worked with. The upper left was the Johnson County team that deployed from all 4 departments. And then there's one of the EMS crews from Louisiana, the upper right, and then the volunteer firefighters they worked with in Louisiana on the lower left and the middle right. And then the bottom right was an Air Force unit they worked with quite a bit. Just some general damage pictures that they texted throughout the week that I kind of compiled. I thought some of those were pretty interesting. See the trees bent over and roots, trailer house torn up and things like that. They did fight 2 fires while they were there. One was a residential structure fire. Those are the top 2 pictures on the left. That's the aftermath after they put it out. The other 6 pictures are pretty interesting because it's actually kind of a ship fire. I guess it's called a lifter ship, but they had to go down and put out that generator fire below decks using foam. And not something that we typically train for here in Kansas, so I'm pretty proud of the job they did there and what their chief said about them. Here's some pictures of them doing those public outreach missions we talked about. You can see them working with the Air Force and the volunteer fire department, handing out ice and supplies and things of that nature. I like the one with the little girl in the middle bottom riding her tricycle next to one of the volunteer firefighters, and just some pretty good pictures, I think, that kind of showed what they were working with when they weren't actually running calls. And they did get a little bit of downtime. Believe it or not, those 353 hours apiece did allow a couple hours where I know the volunteer firefighters really took care of them, took them out fishing once. They got to hold an alligator. It was like each one of them. And so there was a little bit of downtime, not a whole lot, but at least they had a little bit of fun. I think they had fun. Mm-hmm. So one of the things I got in the mail, I got a letter from the volunteer fire chief they work with most of the time. And Mayor, you have a copy of that, don't you?
I do.
Did you
I
need the
do.
hard copy?
Would you like me to read it?
I would. They have not heard it yet, so.
They haven't. Do you say Delarge? Correct. That's correct? All right. All right. Chief Fitzgerald, this was dated September 17th, 2021. My name is Chief Quint J. Liner. I would like to express my deepest gratitude of appreciation for the assistance of your crew being staged at our firehouse. They are hands down the greatest and most respectful gentlemen we have received so far. I cannot see anyone coming in and beating them. As of today, we ran a few carbon monoxide alarms, medical calls, and 2 fires since the hurricane hit. One was a working fire inside the hull of a 90-foot lift boat, and the second was a structure fire. It is with great joy to say that your crew made the initial attack on the lift boat fire and had the fire out in less than 5 minutes of arrival. On the structure fire, your crew assisted with the initial attack, and within 15 minutes of the fire was completely out and overhaul completed. At no time did your men hesitate to enter the hull or house, and there were no complaints of taking orders from command. We are very proud of Leawood Fire Department Engine 31 for their hard work, dedication, and positive attitudes in helping our community in this time of need. We will forever be grateful to your department for the help. Captain Aaron Klein, Lieutenant Jason Parker, Firefighter Jason Webb, and Firefighter Julian Rhodes. Thanks, Chief Quint J. Liner, and it's signed by additional captains and additional firefighters. Very, very wonderful accolades.
And with the letter came a couple odds and ends, and one of them I figured you would want to see. So, Julian, would you mind showing them the what was sent by the volunteer fire chief?
Oh.
So that, yes, that's an actual alligator head. It appears to be dried out, but I'm not sure where we'll display that. So if you
I
have
thought
any
maybe
ideas,
they
I'd be happy
caught
to.
the alligators when they were fishing. Maybe they got a alligator on the end of the line. No, that wasn't.
Where's the rest of it?
I don't know.
Pair of shoes.
Tastes like chicken.
Well, you make us all very proud, and we thank you. Chief Fitzgerald, thank you for allowing them to do this. And thank you and your families, because it's a sacrifice for the whole family when you leave and go take on something this monumental. So we're very proud of you, and we wanted you to come tonight, and so we could, pay our respect and our appreciation sincerely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We now go to special business. Number 7, a resolution calling for a public hearing to be held on Monday, October 18th, 2021 at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard to consider the 2022 fiscal budget for the city of Leawood. Mr. Lambers.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Due to a technical omission, our budget could not be certified by the county, so we need to go through this process again of establishing a different mill levy rate and approving it 2 weeks from tonight.
That's the anticipated action.
Yes.
The public hearing is a definite. Okay.
Yep.
So may I have a motion, please, to
Move to
call
approve.
for this public hearing? Motion
Second.
from Mr. Rawlings. Was that second from Ms. Harrison?
Deborah.
Ms. Phillip? Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. Going now to the consent agenda items 8A through G. Is there anything anyone would like to pull for discussion? Ms. Harrison? B? Okay. Anything else? All right, if not, I would take a motion to approve the remaining portion.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion from Ms. Larson, second from Mr. Hazeltine. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Thank you. 8B is accept the minutes of the September 20th, 2021 governing body work session. Ms. Harrison?
Right, I just have a housekeeping issue on this one. It's the minutes from our meeting. Mr. John Peterson is listed at 11817 Grand Drive in Leawood. That is not a Leawood address. So I don't know if he started with his business address and ended with his home address, but something got commingled in there, so it just needs a little fix. But I don't know what the right address is, because he was not there as a lawyer, he was there as a shareholder, so he was probably wanting to list his Leawood address,
I
right?
think he was trying to list his home address, I believe. And
I bet you could chat with him later to get that address.
the
So-
11817 sounds right, but obviously Grand does not.
There you go. So that's all I had. So move to approve once that gets edited.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Harrison to approve with that correction, and a second from Ms. Villa. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, it's approved unanimously. Thank you for catching that. Moving to the mayor's report, I would like to offer our sincere sympathies to the family and friends of Leawood resident William Ramsey, who passed away on September 23rd, 2021. Mr. Ramsey served his country for 30 years in the Army and retired honorably as a colonel. He then had quite the career in public service for 35 years, serving as a city manager, public works and utilities director for multiple cities. He was active in the Leawood Rotary Club, as well as a Leawood Planning Commissioner for many years, and currently, as he passed away, was serving on Leawood Stormwater Management Committee. He is going to be laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery with full honors. So I would like to ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Council members Mary Larson and Jim Rawlings join me at the Leawood Chamber ribbon cutting celebrating Pro Partners Healthcare's 20th anniversary, providing direct primary care in our broad community. They're located at College Boulevard and Rowe Boulevard, and we wish them much continued success. Council members Lisa Harrison and Chuck Sipple join me at Vista 154 for the 110th National Day celebration, sponsored by the Taiwan America Friendship Association and arranged by President Vivian Swafford. Honored guests included Missouri Congresswoman Vicky Hartzler, Kansas House Majority Leader Daniel Hawkins, and Vice Counsel Leanne Cowell from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Denver. And congratulations are once again in order for the City of Leawood's recent recognition by SafeWise.com as being the 6th safest city in Kansas based on crimes reported to the FBI in 2019. So congratulations to certainly our fine police department, but also our residents for helping make us safe. That concludes my mayor's report, and we have no council members' report this evening. We have no city administrator report. We have no staff report. So we move now to committee recommendations. Item 13 from the September 14th Planning Commission meeting. This is ordinance approving a rezone from AG and SDO, that would be Agricultural and Planned Office, to MXD, Mixed Use Development District, preliminary plan, preliminary plat for Cameron's Court, located south of 133rd Street and west of State Line Road. I would like to, first of all, mention that there have already been 10 meetings on this. It's gone back and forth with remands and continuances and modifications and different iterations. So this is not unfamiliar to anyone. And we have numerous communications. The residents have been extremely involved in this case, which is always a good thing because projects are always better, therefore. So I would like to lay out what I am proposing as procedure for this evening to try to help us get through all the folks who would like to speak on this matter. And we do have a number of them who've signed in. So first of all, we will begin with a 1-hour presentation from the applicant. And I understand from the city administrator, he has already agreed to 1 hour, that is sufficient. But I would like it to be uninterrupted. So I'm asking for you all to please not raise your hand to ask questions at this point. Upon his conclusion, then we can have questions from the governing body, and they can be unlimited time. At the conclusion of that, we will have public comments from those that have signed up to speak, and we do have 27 that signed up in advance, but we also have a number of pages, 2 pages of folks who signed in this evening, and I'm not sure if there's any duplication there. There could be. And I am going to ask that those speakers keep their remarks to 3 minutes so that we can try to hear from everyone. That would be the fairest way. And also, I will call on you 2 at a time because I think most of these folks are here in person. That will give the next person up time to, because I know there are people upstairs and downstairs. So hopefully you'll have time to come and to be able to come in as your name is called. At the conclusion of the public comments, we will have an applicant's response that will be 15 minutes. And then we will move to council discussion, and depending on the time, we may have to have a continuance to November 2nd for this to come to resolution, because it could be rather late at that hour. So if there are no questions from you all, I'll ask for the applicant to please come forward and make his presentation. Ms. Bennett, I don't know if you want to talk about the protest petition before, or if you'd like to do that at another point in the...
Whenever you'd prefer, Mayor.
I think maybe we'll wait till later. I think we'll let the presentation go forward right now. Thank you. Mr. Rainier?
Hello.
Hello.
You're done? My name is Bob Rainier. I'm at 3400 West 119th Street, Leawood, Kansas. And I have a few short comments, and I'm going to turn it over to Fred Logan, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation of this project tonight. It's one we've been working on for a long time, and we want to also thank the city staff and the Planning Commission and their commitment to assisting us in trying to make a better plan. You know, the original contract for the sale of this property was signed almost 2 years ago. We've had 3 Interact meetings, presented at 4 Planning Commission meetings, and including tonight, 5 City Council meetings. City staff has assisted us in developing the current plan, which received Planning Commission approval. We also want to commend the Odo team. I mean, they've made multiple adjustments to the plan. I mean, the plan as it stands today is dramatically different from the one that was presented for their very first time to the staff. And multiple adjustments were made based on comments from the public, from the Planning Commission, the staff, and the City Council, resulting in the proposed plan that we show tonight, which is, I believe is a beautiful addition to the city of Leawood. Property included in the plan has been offered for sale for almost 50 years. The Odo team is the first individual or first organization that has ever come up that has an integrated plan for the entire parcel. And it's important to note because, frankly, every potential buyer in the past has said, I'm going to buy 20 acres over here, or 30 acres over here, or 10 acres over here, which wouldn't make for a very well integrated plan. This is a completely integrated plan for the entire parcel, that is, between State Line and Chadwick. The Odo Company has a well-earned reputation for quality developments throughout Johnson County. We hope we concur with the recommendation of your staff and Planning Commission. And then I'd like to introduce Fred Logan with the Logan and Watson Law Firm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Fred Logan, Logan and Watson, Prairie Village. I'm counsel for Mr. Rainier. I want to begin by seconding what he has to say, that we want to thank the planning staff for working with Mr. Odo for going to great lengths to work with them, to members of the Planning Commission and the city staff. It's legally extremely significant that the planning staff recommended this plan for approval. That's extremely important. It's equally important that the Planning Commission in turn has recommended approval of that plan. So we stand before you this evening, Mr. Odo does, with a plan that has received a favorable recommendation from city staff and from the Planning Commission. I will note that that's important under the golden criteria as well. And that is something that is always remarked upon in the city staff reports. I'll note just a couple of criteria under the golden criteria. The length of time of vacancy of the property. Mr. Rainier already noted that, 50 years. The relative gain to the public health and welfare. We have one developer with a proven track record of excellence over a very large tract of property. That is an enormous benefit to the city of Leawood. Third, we have the recommendation of professional staff. That's an important component under the golden criteria. And finally, conformance with the comprehensive plan. We have conformance with the LDO and many elements of the 135th Street plan, as the staff report indicated. We think it's an outstanding recommendation, and we urge the council to approve this project, and I thank Mayor and the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Curtis Holland. I'm an attorney with the Polson Lee Law Firm.
You can take your mask off.
Thank you very much. That's hard to talk with that on.
Right.
I am just going to address very briefly the stipulations. I would tell you we've worked hard with the Planning Commission and the planning staff on the stipulations that are listed. And we started out with a number that we had issues with and disagreed with. But through our work and our process with the planning staff and planning commission, we've really boiled all of our issues down to just 2, which is pretty good when you have over 50 stipulations. And so I just want to point out for the record the concerns that we had, and I would start with stipulation number 37. Stipulation 37 concerns maintenance of the common areas, and it provides for a funding mechanism, which we don't have any real issue with. But there's some language there that we do have a problem with, and it's specifically the language that calls out for joint and several liability. And my focus here is on the word several liability. Joint liability is common in these arrangements, and we would certainly have joint obligations and maintenance funding by all owners of property within the development. But it's the term several means that the city, if there was an issue with regard to maintenance, could come after any one single property owner. And with a development this large, and frankly, in all of our other projects, basically across the city, there's no such thing really where there's joint and several liability among the property owners. Certainly, joint liability is common and accepted, but we don't feel it's fair to single out one of the property owners and be able to enforce this stipulation against a single property owner as opposed to all of the property owners in a joint manner. So the term joint and several, which has a specific legal connotation, we talked about it at length already with the Planning Commission, and my comments are reflected in the meeting minutes of the Planning Commission meeting. And I know your legal counsel has also given you all advice on that, but I just, for the record, wanted to mention that one. And then finally, another one that's been a lingering issue, and it's a stipulation with regard to the Public Works memo. And I don't know that it was listed in your stipulations in your packet, but for the record, it's stipulation D, or 2D, little Roman numeral 6. And it has to do with the obligation and requirement to construct a third lane on 135th Street westbound from State Line to Pawnee Road. And while it is to be constructed in phases, a phase with the need for it to be developed or built according to the Public Works memo, at the time of the development of what is called the east phase or the east side of the project, we feel that it's a bit unfair to lump all of that burden onto this development. And here's our reasons why. One, we have to pay a significant number of impact fees and development fees already with the project, and one specifically is for, we believe, the development and improvements to 135th Street. It's the 135th Street corridor fee, and it's a significant amount of money. And when you couple that with this lane improvement and this added burden of building another lane of traffic on 135th Street on our side, it's several millions of dollars to do all of that. And we're not opposed to paying our fair share and contributing to the improvements to 135th Street. And we think we already are doing that by paying the 135th Street corridor impact fee. But we also don't feel that it's fair to lump the entire construction of the 135th Street lane, that extra lane on this project. And I guess I would look to the traffic impact report that speaks to this and the reasoning that Public Works gave. And they said that, in the next few, I don't know how many years, but there's going to ultimately be 40,000 cars driving up and down this road. And therefore, there's triggers and causes the need for a new lane of traffic to be constructed on 135th Street. But yet our traffic report, if you add all the traffic together from our development, is supposed to only generate about 20,000 trips rather, as opposed to, say, the 40,000 that was the reasoning for the need for the road. So while, again, we're not opposed to contributing, we've, again, paying the impact fee, but also think that if there's some contribution that needs to be made to the 135th Street lane widening, it only ought to be half lumped on us, because we're only generating half the traffic that causes the need for the road to be widened. And so, for the record, we're opposed to the full share of paying for this one single lane of 135th Street. We are willing to contribute, either the fee or to pay an essentially half of the road, because that's what our traffic is supposedly contributing to, that's traffic out there. So with that, I would stand down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holland.
Well, hello. As you know, I'm Rick Odo. Do you need my address? 152.
I think we do.
What?
They do need it, for the
Yep.
record.
Rick Odo, President of Odo Development, 15200 West 105th Terrace, Lenexa, Kansas, 66219. Well, Madam Mayor and City Council members, thank you very much for hearing me. It has really been a while because we've been remanded back a few times without really seeing you, and there's some things I really want to go through, and I am going to keep to our time frame as promised, and for that, I will need to make sure I don't exceed that. I'll put that there. I do want to get started. Okay, this is the fire department. Don't want that one. With a video that you have not seen of what this community Cameron's Court is going to look like. If I can get started on this, I appreciate it. Okay, where's the sound? I'll pause it just for a second there. There we go. Okay, so if I can, you've got, I'm going to back that up just a second here. As you can see here, we've got luxury apartment homes. With the courtyard city, we got brownstones through Chadwick. Single family and twin villas along the 133rd Street buffers. Mansion style homes similar to Villa Milano. More brownstones over on the east side. Retail and office. These are high-end apartments.
Rick, could you speak up, please?
Sure. These are high-end apartments here, and we've got the retail and office along the first floor, along Pawnee. As you turn in here, if you notice, they were faced as an L shape. You didn't see their parking garages. We had them hidden. Now, as you come into 134th Street, we have them well camouflaged. You can see them on the left and the right. And they turn into some really beautiful courtyards for the residents. And a really beautiful amenity package for them. And we hid them from the public. This is coming into Chadwick Park. As you notice, it's a one-way each way around the park. Brownstones lining both sides with retail shops at the south end of these buildings in the middle with the kiosks as you first pull in. It's over 90 feet wide and over 450 feet long. Chadwick. We have car shows, food trucks, art fairs. Chadwick Park. Either side of it is going to have single-family homes. This is coming in off 134th Street and State Line coming in. You can see two-story buildings with retail and office, retail on first floor, office on second. You see the Main Street feel that everybody's looking for. As you come up on Kenneth Loop, you can see more brownstones and more retail. From left towards 135th Street. Once again, we've got a lot of office buildings and retail buildings with retail on first floor, office above. Some of these buildings are all office. Grocery store. Thank you for obliging me for watching the video. I feel it's important to get a good idea of what to, excuse me, I'm trying to get out of this. And, sorry, not used to this. Here we go. All right, back to our presentation. If you can make sure everybody can hear me. Okay, I'm going to go through this as fast as I can because I do understand some of you have seen some of this, but some of you haven't seen anything in a long time. It's changed a lot. You obviously already know where it's located on State Line, 135th Street. Some of the bigger changes that we've done since the last meeting is put single family at the request of City Council, single family all along 133rd Street. We still have twin villas along here. So we've got a couple of different for sale products along 133rd Street. We have the Main Street fill coming in off of State Line. We also have the Main Street fill coming in here. Brown Street's in the middle here, or brownstones for sale product here, brownstone product here, and we also have the same ones over here. So we've got brownstones carried throughout the community. As you will hear throughout the night, we feel that we are very low density at 8.05 units the acre with the minimum amount of office and the minimum amount of retail. And we only have 935 units spread out over 114 acres, which once again is only 47% below allowable density. As I said before, we have the minimum amount of office. We have the minimum amount of, we only have 6.9% of retail, which is 5% is the minimum. I was asked to put as much retail on here as possible, but we feel this is the most we can put on and be financially successful. Plus, more retail will just drive more traffic, which the neighbors seem to be, their biggest fear is the traffic. So we were trying to be cognizant of that. Since the last time we met, and it's been remanded back a couple of times, I wanted to show you what we did. Like I said, we added the 29 homes, single-family homes along here. We moved the senior living here forward by 72 feet. When we did that, we added 4.5 additional acres of trees that we'll be able to have a beautiful park around and have a bike trail that goes all the way around the perimeter of the church area. And that'll be something for everybody. We've increased our amount of park space by, one, we eliminated a building last time here, we eliminated some other units over here, which I believe dropped it down to about 49 units. Just not thinking I got to get something here. We've increased the amount of park space to 17.4 units the acre. I'm sorry. Wrong thing. We've increased our amount of park space and natural space to 17.4 acres. Before we didn't really have any. Now we've increased it to 17.4, and this is for everybody's enjoyment. In addition to, we've got lots of other parks and trails and little areas for everybody to enjoy as well. Total green space has gone up to 35%. We've removed the deferred parking, and we're in complete compliance with the LDO and the 135th Street corridor, which was in question before. Sidewalks have been adjusted between 12 and 16 feet so they meet fire code, the LDO, and the 135th Street corridor plan. And we're in agreement with staff that we would place the buildings along the east side in a Main Street field like we did here. You can see the Main Street here. But they also wanted that field to be carried through, which we did over here in Chadwick. So we've got a Main Street field in multiple areas of the community. Kenneth Loop before was a public street, so it was on our property line to the property to the east of us, or to the west of us, the church. But because it's now being allowed to be a street that doesn't go through per the request of the neighbors, it'll be a private street, and we had offset at 25 feet from our property line to allow it to happen. So it now lines up. You can see where it is here in white, how it goes around here. The area to the north goes uphill, so we feel like it will block most of the headlights coming out of here, but it does go through a large pond before you get to the first house. I am more than willing to put, upon approval of a final plan, that we will immediately start planting, if they allow us over here, plant additional screenage so that by the time we get over here, the plants are getting a little bit bigger than just now. So We feel like it's important to start that growth as soon as possible, even though it was already planned for, and there's a lot of stuff there to block the headlights anyway. The other thing we did at the, I would say at the request of the neighbors, but that's probably not really true. We had a C-store here, convenience store on the corner of 133rd and State Line, but as you guys probably know, Quick Trip is building one right across the street. They couldn't wait any longer, so they went across the street and bought that. So we did decide to obviously reduce, to put a quick serve restaurant here. By going to a quick serve over a convenience store, it reduces traffic volumes in the morning and the evenings, but anywhere between 17 and 25%, which would be a nice advantage to everybody. We've also extended the bike lanes through the intersections. We are not removing any bike lanes. That was another misconception. Here, we've got a look of all the dark green spaces are the 17.4 acres of trees, natural habitat, and parks that are open for everybody. It's a the red lines are all the the sidewalks that we've got throughout. It's a very walkable, cohesive community. We also have a 10-foot biking, hiking trail, similar to what's down by Tomahawk Creek, wrapping around. Here it's about 1,800 feet. It goes all the way around here. And it's set in a natural habitat area. I think it'll be beautiful. It's just what the bikers and the pedestrians would love to have. And once again, this is for everybody now. We didn't do that before. Of course, we meet the destination streets, pedestrian streets, and neighborhood streets. We have all the three types now. And then I'm going to get into the transcript. Before I do that, I do have to get some notes. Give me just a few seconds. Sorry for that interruption. Okay, the other thing I want to continue on with, I'm going through this faster than I thought, is our transects. Transects is the transitions from our neighbors from the north to us and then throughout our development. Per your guidelines in 135th Street plan, it says it wants a lower density along 133rd, and then in the blue area. The T5 can be a bit higher density, and then you got the T6 along the outer ring of the community. All of our development can fall within the T4 and T5 regulations. We don't have anything that actually gets the need for T6. That would be 6 and 8 and 9-story buildings. We don't have anything that tall, that dense. On your corridor, 130th Street corridor plan, here's how it shows it to be laid out. T3 is our neighbors to the north, the single family. You can see the picture down here. Then you have the 133rd Street. Then it contemplates T4, which is the beginning of our MXD project. The MXD envisions 2- and 3-story, if you notice, apartment buildings, not single family, not twin villas, but apartments. That's per your own 135th Street corridor plan. So we feel like we do a much better job of transitioning than was originally called for. In the T5 section, you can go 4-story, 5, and even 6 stories. We don't have anything that tall. And I know across the street from us, you did approving a plan of 5-story buildings, which along 135th Street is probably very, very acceptable and wouldn't hurt anything. But we did try to keep our buildings along 133rd Street to just to single family and twin villas. And from the back side, the twin villas look like single family. Transitions of other MXDs, and just kind of wanted to show you. So just across the street here, Park Place, you've got 6-story buildings across the street from single family, right across the street. And the MXD with 6-story buildings there was considered and deemed an appropriate transition. This is why I think our apartments and twin villas are more than acceptable. At Mission Farms, You've got 4-story apartment buildings, just separated by a parking lot, to multi-million-dollar homes. These are over $1 million homes, and then the next level is multi-million-dollar homes. And once again, I feel like they had no transition straight to 4 stories, so I feel like separated by a parking lot, I think our transition of twin villas and single family is very appropriate. When you look at the distances, how far apart these things are, over here at Park Place, the nearest house is 180 feet away from a 6-story apartment building. At Mission Farms, you've got 85 feet between a single family and a 4-story apartment building. With our community, the closest point happens to be right here where it has 160 feet from single family to single family. Our twin villas that are further to the east are further apart than this. Our apartments, the closest spot we have happens to be right here to our apartments. The closest home is 390 feet away from a 4-story apartment building, separated by a single-family house, separated by a street. This is far better transitioning than anything else that's been approved under the MXD program. So that's why I feel like our transition is very appropriate and very fair. Into Chadwick Park, excuse me. I think this is going to be the centerpiece for all of Leawood. We're going to have all sorts of features here. We're going to point this out. We've got a little kiosk here at the very beginning so that when we have art fairs and all sorts of, entertainment going on, they'll have a little kiosk to work out of. We also hope to have food trucks over here. That's why these are all private streets, so we can have the food trucks set up. We'll have electrical lines run down here so that they'll be able to do what they need to do. On each end, these 2 brownstone buildings are little restaurants or retail centers, and of course, to the south of them are smaller or more brownstones. So as you come in, you get brownstones, and then you open up to this nice park here for more brownstones, and the heart of Cameron's Court. It'll have farmers markets on weekends, food trucks, theater in the park, art festivals, music in the park, car shows, all sorts of cultural events. These cultural events will be going on, we're hoping, between April and mid-October. Since starting to design this, I've been going to a lot of these different festivals and getting ideas, getting names, and people who will help us put these things on so that we can carry through with this. And the other thing that's come up is, well, what about the parking for all this? We've got lots and lots of public streets here that are, private streets that are open to the public to park on. We feel like we can have plenty of parking for these type of events here. And if there should be, it's be so successful to everybody, we can run vans and shuttle services from the parking lots that we have, the larger parking lots on the east end of the community for additional parking and carry them over here. This was an idea I can't stress enough that came from working with Mark Klein and his group. They said they wanted a community feel, a Main Street feel, and he was trying to tell us what he wanted, and then Clover and their team came up with this idea, and I think it's fabulous. This is how the developer and staff work together, and one of the many reasons why we've been able to get the support of staff, because we really have been working closely with them. I also want to talk about the housing types and the absolute need for this community. In your own I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous here. This is a big deal to me. But in your community plan, you have this page. I'm going to read it. Given the aging and relative affluent population presented in Johnson County, the 135th Street corridor, or 135th Street area is likely candidate for additional residential development, including townhomes and apartments to serve the empty nester demographic groups. The area, given its appeal, could attract empty nesters, buyers from throughout Johnson County and beyond the Kansas City metropolitan area. Anyway, it talks about the demand for and need for more multifamily and more different types of housing, and ends with, therefore, the most likely product types to move forward in this study, in this area, which is the 135th Street corridor, is to include row homes, townhomes, villa homes, and apartments. We've got all those. Plus, at your request, we've added single family into the mix as well. And I want to read a letter of the type of clientele that we see and from our supporters of why they like this and feel the need. There are a bunch of empty nesters, people getting ready to retire, and I believe Commissioner Peterson is one of them, and he stated something very similar, wanting the need to be able to have a place to go to when he's ready to sell his home. So let me read this letter real fast. My husband and I recently moved to Villa Milano, our community over at 137th and Mission Road you're familiar with, after being homeowners our entire lives. We sold our home in Prairie Village and started looking for a desirable place to live, comparable to what we have been used to. After looking at many properties and not being happy with what we found, we looked at Villa Milano and Leawood. We immediately felt like we could call this community our home. Our property itself is beautiful to look at and maintain to the highest standards. Our apartment feels so cozy and comfortable, it really does not feel like an apartment living. We feel like we have our own home again, just a smaller space. The amenities are amazing also. The option of having a luxury place to lease was exactly what we're looking for. I stress this because there's a lot of people coming up that are retired, who do not want to take care of the maintenance of a house, who we have a lot of our residents, a large portion of them, who has other apartments or condos down in Phoenix, Texas, Florida, and they come back and forth between these. So instead of having a house or two houses, they've got a couple of apartments. It fits their budget better, it fits their lifestyle better, and this is probably about 50% of our community, believe it or not. I'm going to show you what some of them look like, but several people have mentioned that this is what they would need to stay here because there's not a lot of options for people as they sell their homes in Leawood to be able to stay in Leawood. So we're having several different types of housing, as we stated before: single family, twin villas, mansion style homes, brownstones, luxury apartments, work, live, senior living. We have a variety of residential homes that will be for sale throughout the community as well as rental product throughout the community. And I'm going to show you some of them and where they're located. You can see by the grid map up at the top, the blue area along 133rd is where we're planning on having the single-family homes. We've got several different options: 3-car, 2-car, and another 3-car for the single family. We also have twin villas along 133rd. So the single families are going to be price points closer to $750,000 and up. Twin villas will probably be closer to $600,000 aside. And from the back, you can't tell the difference between these and the single families. So it'll be very nice looking. We've also promised our neighbors to the north that we will put as much screening here as possible between the subdivisions. The mansion style concepts, which are very similar to Villa Milano, just updated colors and textures. And we're making sure that we have colors and textures and material throughout the whole community so it feels like one large community, which it is. Different style of it. Once again, the brownstones with several different textures, different types of stone, brick, stucco colors. These are luxury apartment homes along you can see where it is down in the Pawnee to Chadwick along 135th Street, 4-story tall. And what we did is we have these things all shaped in an L shape, and you can kind of tell this here. And behind it, hidden in the back, is the parking garages that you saw from the video. We really hide the parking garages and the decks. But I want to show you along 135th and Pawnee, going down Pawnee, we will have restaurants, office space available. So we're carrying the MXD community throughout the project. Looking on the backside, the courtyards that we talk about, these are our parking decks, far better than anything you've ever seen before. Like I said, it's Planning Commission. I was in California in a boutique hotel there and saw them design their hotel like this. And I thought, this is a fantastic idea. Took some pictures, gave it to Clover, and they made it even better than I had imagined. Anyway, so we worked with staff to give the additional parking structures as requested, and instead of rows of garages, we think we hit it much better this time. This is a better look of the courtyards, the amenity decks, fireplaces, places to sit, bocce ball, all sorts of community activities for our residents to enjoy and get to get to know each other better. We find that if we have nice meeting places for them, especially that aren't too big, something like this is ideal for them to get, and we'll have a lot of different activities for our residents here. This is once again our office buildings, you know, the concept of it, and our apartment, and our grocery store that we're hoping to get. And I've had a couple people call me about it. As you can see here, I'm not going to go into too much detail. You saw the videos, how coming down these main streets and on the east side is going to look with office space and retail and lots of more condos and brownstones. Phasing. So I've been asked, we have to present how the phasing is going to go. We're definitely going to be doing probably phase 1 and phase 2 of the apartments, the phase 2 apartments and the phase 1 single family, probably all at the same time is what we intend to do. We'll probably do phase 4, and the purple buildings are supposed to be phase 3. These 6 buildings will be phase 3. We'll probably do phase 3 and 4 at the same time. There might be a little bit of a stagger, but I think it'll be pretty close. We may, if we can, build these 2 brownstones when we build phase 2, but that's something we're looking at to phase in the for sale products. So once again, the purple buildings are all going to be for sale, brownstones. Now, over here on 5 and 6, I don't want people to think that it won't start until 4 is done. Then we start on 5, and then we start on 6. The reality is you definitely need to have residential started. You need more residential to support more retail and more office space. And our goal is as soon as we get approval, we will start marketing phases 5 and 6. But I have a feeling that it'll take a little bit of this to get started before we start having phases 5 and 6 to take off. But I don't think we'll have any problems getting it to go once we show them what all's coming down the pipe. I think I showed you some numbers last time. Property taxes this place is generating right now is next to nothing. We will be paying, when it's complete, over $5 million a year of property taxes. That math's been done by a few different people, and I'll tell you it's probably higher than this. Schools get, just on a per year basis, about 2.6, hardly any kids. Total taxes for city of Leawood would be over $600,000 with very little, if any, additional burden. And in a 20-year process, you can see what that adds up to be. That's some big money for everybody, the schools, the county, and the city. Some impact fees that we were talking about. Before we even get started, we'd have to start paying these impact fees. The park impact, art, street, 135th Street, retail, office, and other corridor impact fees of $1.8 million before we even get started. Street improvements. I also want to point out this over here. In addition to impact fees, we would have to do at least $600,000 or more in permit fees for design fees and to get building permits. That's a lot of money going straight to the city. That's over $2.4 million, almost $2.5 million goes straight to the city. We would be required to build almost $2.6 million of additional streets and turn lanes, which is one of the reasons why the traffic study shows that in areas get improved, because we're adding turn lanes, we're restriping the place, we are adding street signals. There's a lot of work going into it. So we are going to be investing over $5.1 million into the city of Leawood and streets before we get started on this, which I think is pretty sizable and a real benefit to everybody in the community. So, just a second here. You know, some of the neighborhood concerns, I was really kind of surprised people still feel it's more of a misconception. And I understand change is difficult. They're always afraid. They're afraid of the unknown. And so they worry about property values. They worry about impacts in schools. And I understand the fear, but the reality is, and this is all fact-based, every time there's a good property goes in, anywhere in Johnson County, home values continue to go up just like they do everywhere else. Villa Milano's homes next door in Tuscany continue to skyrocket. Park Place didn't hurt anything when they put those homes across the street continue to go up. Mission Farms, after that was built, they started building $4 and $5 and $6 million homes directly to the north. So 4-story apartment buildings there didn't seem to hurt anything. I promise you my community won't hurt. It'll actually help everybody because the fear of the unknown is gone, and it'll get this corridor going. Impacts on the school, they feel that they are well able to handle this. Recently, I just got a call from Eric Pullum about this, that he's had several people say, have you seen the new plan? How's it going to affect the school? So he asked me to send it to him with everything that we had going on, and he reevaluated it, and he came to the same conclusion, and it's highlighted here in yellow. It continues to be my assessment that Blue Valley will be able to maintain the student population with our capacity and guidelines. He doesn't feel that anything's going to be downgraded or hurt, and he appreciates the $2.6 million of additional revenue that they're going to get out of this with very few students, he believes. And that's his assessment as well as mine. The other neighborhood concerns are traffic. Anytime you build something, yes, it produces traffic. Single family produces traffic, everything does. But you guys did a great job of planning ahead long time ago to put the reverse frontage streets in of 133rd and 137th. And because they were sized right, they can handle this. We've done several traffic studies. And then recently, I believe, one of the neighbors questioned the traffic study. And it's very justifiable to question anything, because I don't blame them if they're worried that it wasn't based off of facts or whatever. And so he questioned, and then we had our traffic engineer reconfirm our numbers and answered all of his questions. You saw the 3-page response to the neighbors that basically said what he was trying to do wasn't applying the math right or the information right. I do have our traffic engineer here, Jeff Wilkie, if you wish to ask him questions, I'll let him answer for it. But just let you know, your professional staff agreed with all of our numbers and what's going to happen. And Olson, your professional consultant, also agrees with the numbers. And he just told me out there he has no problems with the numbers that we're quoting and the traffic patterns, and that all the intersections will still stay at A's and B's along 133rd. No intersection will go down. And the reason why is 133rd was designed to handle 15,000 or up to 18,000, but just using the 15,000 number capacity on 133rd, it's currently only using 7,000. We're going to add approximately 2,500 cars a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's just per entrance and exit, it's like 1.5 cars per minute coming in and out of there. That's really not a lot from a traffic point of view. And the additional cars will get us at 9,500 cars per day. That's 63% of design capacity. Anytime a street is running that far below capacity, it'll move well. We're adding additional turn lanes, like I said, stoplights and other things, not stoplights on 133rd, but on 135th Street. But we're adding a lot of traffic control to help move traffic better. And this is why the traffic levels stay where they are. And just to talk, because some of the people said, well, we need to have more office, more retail, more whatever. And this is a reduced table down to how the traffic engineers predict traffic. And this is their indicator. On an average apartment of about 1,000 square feet, they're producing about 7 trips a day. Because there's usually 1.5 people per apartment, trips going to work, coming back, lunch, whatever. General office has 10. Retail has 38 pieces of traffic per 1,000 square feet. So obviously, when you go from apartments to office, you increase traffic a little bit. When you go to retail, you really increase your traffic. So the peak hours, you can kind of see how it increases it there. In the morning, we've got 0.5 trips per hour, or just a little bit. I'm going to skip through this because I'm going to run out of time, and I'm going to be respectful of it. But I just wanted you to know that apartments are the least impactful on traffic. On the staff report that just came out, it asked that I have single family brought all the way across 133rd here. And originally, I was told, just get it to High Drive, and we were working with staff. Just bring single family across to High Drive, and, because we want to have several different types of homes. If you deem that I need to put single family all the way across there, I will. I'm not going to say no to that. I think having the different types of housing and a lower price point feel very reasonable, even though these price points are, 600,000 plus is not what I call an inexpensive, cheap house. So I feel like having a different price point is important. But if you deem that you want single family all the way across there, I can accept that. But I do believe that some of the neighbors have been complaining that we have nearly 1,000 apartments. We don't. We only have 766 apartments. The rest are all for sale, condos, single family, twin villas, live-work houses, stuff that you asked for us to add. We did that. We have half the allowable density under the LDO. We're at 8.05 units to the acre. And your LDO allows 15. We have a fraction of the amount of density compared to the 135th Street Corridor Plan. The 135th Street Corridor Plan allows for up to 44 units per acre. Once again, we're at 8. Acceptable density is established when City Council approves the comp plan, which is reviewed yearly. And it was just reviewed not long ago, and actually you increased the allowable density for certain parts of the city to 17 and 19. Keep in mind, I'm still at 8. So I'm far below what you've just increased for other areas. And the reason why you increased it was because the other developers needed that extra density to make it a viable product. And you agreed with that. So I really don't have any room for me to reduce my density. The only issue with density should be to verify the traffic report. The traffic report it has to be within acceptable parameters, and per your own staff, our traffic report is. Jeff Wilkie with Transsystem is here tonight, like I said, if you have any questions for him, but it has been reviewed by your own staff. Staff notified me back in January of this year that I needed to make a lot of changes to our 135th Street, or to our plan to meet the 135th Street corridor requirements. And so I said, okay, but I told them to do all these and put all these streets in, everything you're wanting me to do, I need a little bit of more density here. Oh, and the staff said that's not a problem. As long as you are below our allowable MXD, most of the people are asking for 14, 15, and some are asking for more. I don't need to be that high, but they did ask me to keep it to a minimum. I did. Our new plan, to get staff approval, I had to add a lot of things to get to the MXD. I had to have more varieties of homes. Once again, why I added so many different types. It includes brownstones and condos over work live. We added several community nodes as discussed in the 135th Street corridor. Wasn't on my original plan. We added parkways and main streets. We added multiple parks, bike trails, and community areas for all of Leawood to enjoy. Before I had gated communities, I wanted ours to be private, but now I have parks I have to maintain. These are areas that I have to maintain that I won't be having revenue on, so I have to have a little bit of density to pay for all this stuff. To meet the 135th Street plan, staff insisted that we put in the grid street. The grid street added about 20 to 25% more pavement. We did that. The Planning Commission before asked us to remove the twin villas between Pawnee Lane and High Drive. We did that at their request. And once again, if you want me to continue to add more single family, I will remove the twin villas. But I really do need the density to offset this. As you can imagine, all these 7 changes I just asked for cost a tremendous amount of money. And we need to have a little bit of, we need to add a few more apartments, and we did. But the good news is that we're still below the allowable density. Instead of 15, once again, 8.05. So I'm struggling to understand how we can have too much density. If it's half the allowable density of the LDO and far below the expected density of the 135th Street plan, and 133rd can handle all the traffic. Forget the unit count. Unit count really isn't a fair factor. The only factor that's important is the 8.5 units to the acre. If this was separated into 4 or 5 park places, you would have a million square feet of office, a million square feet of retail, and 15 to 1,700 apartments. I'm not doing that. I'm trying to keep, per the request of the neighbors, as little density as possible. I don't think it would be reasonable to deny a plan that meets the LDO, meets the 135th Street, and has half the density. For the first time, we finally have a community that is financially feasible along this corridor. There's been too many projects that started in this corridor and stalled out and went broke. And I know the city doesn't need another one. I'm afraid that any less density would jeopardize the financial stability of my community. In June, I want you to keep this in mind. In June, the staff asked me to placate to some of the residents. We are asked to reduce the number of apartments. So I came back with a plan. I worked with them. We saved some trees. We added some more parks in there. And I reduced 46 apartments, all the rental side, the apartment side. I went from 812 apartments to 766. That's over 5%. Most developers can't remove 5% and still be profitable, but I was able to work with you all to do it. And I was told that at that time, staff deemed that we had an acceptable level because they understood the balance between the cost of MXD and the density required to offset this. The LDO has a maximum residential of 15 units per acre. You review it yearly, and the comp plan allows for over 44. So I think with an overall density of 8.5, this is an acceptable level. And our apartments, if just apartments, is only 6.7 units the acre. So I really don't feel that we can go much below this. Our community, the development team has worked very, very hard with city staff, as I explained. We've had multiple meetings to get to a place where we can both say yes. Staff has given me some great ideas. We took their ideas and worked with them. They said, just add this type of a community or node or add something like this. We worked with them to get to here. Cameron's Court has a sense of community, has a sense of place. We have development that everybody will want to work, live, and play. We're in compliance with the LDO, the intent of the 135th Street. We're pleased to have both the professional staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, and I ask you for your approval as well. And at this time, if you all have questions, I'm here for you.
So that completes your
In under an
presentation.
hour.
And you did it in time.
I did.
Very good. Thank you. We do appreciate all the modifications that you've made in the 10 meetings that we have been listening and the Plan Commission has been listening. And we do appreciate our staff's time as well. And I will open it up for questions. Mr. Azeltine.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Oda, you mentioned that the price points on the owner, units would start at 600,000?
No, actually, good question, thank you. The brownstones, if I didn't say that, they'll be starting around 400,000. Also, the work-live condos over the office space over on the east side will probably be, we're going to shoot for 350. It's really hard to get a condo in under 350, but that's our goal. I think it's going to need to be at that level where it is on state line.
What about the single family?
Single family probably start at 750 and go up. It's really hard because as nice as these things are, 3-car garages, I imagine they're going to be 28 to 3,200 square feet or bigger. And we'll have them available for them to, they're not going to just be production homes.
What would you guess is going to be your average rental on the apartments?
Thank you. I can tell you where they're starting. We can't build a one-bedroom now for under $1,700 with an attached garage or with a garage like we have here with a covered parking or something like that. We can't get a one-bedroom in for under $1,700. 2 bedrooms are starting around $2,100 to $2,200 and go up to about $2,800. What I forgot to tell you guys is on those 4-story buildings, we got penthouses on the end. And we've got similar product, and I'm sorry to say this, over in Lenexa, and those communities there have penthouses there. We're sold out of our penthouses already, and we're getting $3,500 a month. This is a much nicer community with better parking, with better finishes. But it'll be on today's dollars, not inflated dollars. Those penthouses will go for over $4,000 a month.
Great, thank you.
And these are the type of clientele that we want. Anyway, and go on and on that one. Thanks.
Could you repeat the brownstone number? I missed it.
Yeah, we believe that we're going to start at 400,000.
Thank you.
We we've seen numbers at 450, but we're going to try to start at 400.
Thank you.
And they're going to probably be 2 bedrooms. And that was one of the questions the Blue Valley wanted to know, well, what bedrooms? Our twin villas and single family will all be 3/4, with twin villas be 3 bedrooms. Single family will be 3 and 4 bedroom homes. But the brownstones and the work will all be 2 bedroom, and the live work community will be 1 and 2 bedrooms.
Mr. Sippel?
Mr. Roto, could you clarify on your units? I got the number 766 is the number of apartments for rent.
Yes.
Of the remaining units, if you could show your map of your various units.
Right in front of you.
Where are the other units for sale? Because it's 766 and you've got about, what, 1,100 total units in this development?
935 is what I have as a total residential, 935.
And that doesn't include the senior living?
No, that's not considered part of it, and the reason being is it doesn't cause the traffic. So by your own standards, the single, which we will have 100 units in there, 80 to 100 units, they're not, they said you don't count that in your residential count. I'm just going by what you guys do. But the rest of the residential units will have a total of 935. 776 are apartments. And if you can see here, the remaining part, brownstone. So let me highlight. If you see these 4 buildings here, those right there in the middle are all brownstones.
So those will be, there's about 170 units which will be for sale.
Right. So let me show you where they are. So the single family across here,
Right.
twin villas here,
Yep.
brownstones here, brownstones here, and these buildings will have, these out here will have like 8 per unit, these are 10, and these are like 12 per unit to get there. These are also brownstones. These are probably the ones, a little bit smaller ones, but, oops, excuse me. Brownstones here, and then these buildings here and here, they're flanked, but on the senior living, will be the work-live buildings, where we'll have first floor of office and then condos over it, kind of what Mission Farm started out to be.
Okay. The last question I had, Mr. Roto, is you didn't show any elevations of the buildings that are along 135th Street towards the east. Do you have any elevations?
Sure I do. Sure.
You had elevations of some of the very attractive buildings, but what about the 3- and 4-story apartment buildings?
Well, I hope these are the ones that you are talking about.
I thought that was going to be at the corner of Pawnee and 135th.
Yeah, where were you talking about? I'm showing the arrow
Well,
here in the
I
pink.
was going to go 1,000 feet east.
East.
On your grid map.
Oh, over here? Do you see this right here where I'm highlighting here in green?
Yes, down in
Okay,
there.
thank you. Those look like that, 2-story, and that, 2-story. These are very similar. Matter of fact, they're identical to what Villa Milano is, with different color and different textures and updated stone and stuccos.
And
Matter of
they're-
fact, that was one of the requests of the neighbors when we were doing all this. Can't you bring us some apartments similar to Villa Milano? So I did.
Okay, so these are generally 2-story buildings.
Yes, some of them will have walkouts on the back side, like a house. So on the front side, they're 2-story. From a fire code and a building code, they're considered 2-story. But just like a house, they can have a walkout on the back side.
So the 4-story is going to be limited down to Pawnee and 135th for the most
Well,
part.
I just want to make sure we're straight on this.
What I'm concerned about is a number of the comments that the neighbors have made about looking out at a 4-story edifice.
No, this is why I showed that one map. I'm going to try going back up higher then. Well, here, just a second here. So right here, if you can see this, the pink area is where they are.
Right.
The single family, we have the blue is the single family, and then theirs to the north is their homes. So that's that number. They're 390 feet away from the 4-story buildings, which, by the way, down the street here, you've got them at 100 and, did I say 80? And then Mission Farms, you've got them at 85 feet. So when we're 390 feet away from the closest house, I think we're doing well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for putting my opinion into that.
Mr. Rawlings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Otto, we received, and I assume you did too, an inch and a half worth of emails,
Yes.
ever from 2 years ago until today. So I've been through many of them, most of them, some of them are repeating, some of them have some good suggestions, some were a little hostile. But anyway, the input was good, but there's a overriding message to me anyway, and could you explain this to the council? At the beginning, there was a lot of criticism from the neighbors of lack of communication and listening to them in the impact meetings.
Well,
And then it seemed to get a little better, and you've explained just a little bit ago all the information and all the dialogue that you've had with the citizenry. But somewhere between the criticism of lack of communication and your very good presentation on how you've worked with the city, somewhere in there lies the truth.
Well,
and I need to hear that, because I'm sure we're going to hear from the citizens some criticism about your lack of communication.
I have to ask you not to applaud, please. If you can hear me out there, please
Well,
no applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Rons, I appreciate this question because I think it's been an unfair deal. I've had multiple meetings with HOAs individually, and then I did the internet meetings that were in groups. It's easier to break the things down by small groups. I send the invitations to the HOAs. I say, whoever wants to join, join. And not everybody shows up. I've been maligned by a few unjustly. And I've answered every single phone call if anyone calls me. Anyone sends me an email that doesn't call me names, I've responded to. I've even responded and answered phones of some who called me names. And he told me all sorts of things. He was going to make this the most difficult thing because he did the same thing to the last person, and he'll just keep making sure nothing ever gets built down here. And with a lot of the community, when it first started off, all they wanted was high drive set off to the side. They want to bring in, they want to keep the higher density apartments, the 4 stories, as far away as possible. I did that. I was asked to not have Kenneth Road go through. I did that. Those are the main things. Oh, and the fourth thing was screen 133rd as much as possible. I did all those things. Once I did that, then people started asking for, well, we want a 15-acre park in the middle, be like Meadowbrook. Well, that's not reasonable. The city bought that, donated it to the county, and then gave the developer 40 units the acre to build on. You know, that's not fair to ask for. They asked for bike lanes. I gave them a bike lane. That wasn't in our original thing. They wanted parks for them to use that I get to build and I get to maintain. I did that. I got added. So there's a lot of things I did, but there's a lot of things that just because I can't do everything, because there was, you know, a lot of people, as you see here, some of them were not fair and reasonable requests. Others that were fair and reasonable, we worked with. And every one of the HOA directors would tell you, I worked with them. I did try to listen to them, but I can't give them everything. So thank you for the question, because I do feel like my phone number's been out there, my cell phone got out there, my office has always been out there, my email's always been available. I haven't hidden from anybody, and I've been very open about getting a hold of me.
Is there one or two things that you are
Jim, can you turn on your mic?
It is. Sorry.
Thanks.
Is there any issue, one or two issues that come to mind that you are apart from what the neighbors may want? You've had discussions and you're aware of their discussions and their needs, but you just can't do it?
Yeah, there's a few of them. One, the 15-acre park. Can't do it. I do have it spread out, and 1-acre parks here and there, half-acre parks all over. It'll be really cool. I can't build all residential, because that's the other thing. We don't want apartments. I'm never lied about that. I'll just take a breath here on that one. There's nothing wrong with the apartments. They're beautiful apartments. They're wonderful, and they're needed. The other thing they asked for Yeah, the bike trail. So I gave them the bike trail. So the biggest thing is for basically me not to build apartments, which isn't a fair and reasonable request, and to lower the density below a financial level that makes this unfeasible to do. Because like I said before, everybody else is asking for more than this.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Odo, could you put back the area of parkland that you're going to have in this development? And specifically, I want you to focus on the Cornerstone Church area, because you have a lot of trees that you say you're going to put bike trails through, and I'd like to know how much of that you control and what is really the church's property. So maybe it's far more interior than it appears on the map.
It is.
So can you find that?
Mm-hmm. I just got page up. Oh, just went past it. Okay, there it is. So the bike trail. See this black line, that thin black line there? It goes down to here, and then it goes right up the middle. Now it's a dashed line on the property line. That's the property line. The entire bike trail is in our property. It always has been.
But you've shaded a lot of green. Do you would you own all that green?
No. Well, hold on a second. What we're doing is,
No, please, no applause, please.
if you notice the property line down here, that's the natural habitat. I'm also showing the natural habitat that flows onto the church's property. That's not part of the 17.4 acres I'm keeping or creating. The 17.4 acres is all on my property. So this line here and this one on the west side of the tree line, we put the bike trail. We won't have to really cut any trees down here. Well, obviously have to cut a patch when we build the street here. And then on this side, because the habitat comes all the way out to where this is green, we will have to put that 10-foot bike trail through the trees, just like Tomahawk Creek is. And all that's on our property. Henry, you want to help with that?
You have a diagram that shows the property correctly. That's green area. That's natural trees.
Mr. Clover, could you, if you're going to speak, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Henry Clover, Clover Architects, apologize. 8813 Penrose Lane, Lenexa, Kansas. The diagram he's showing here is actually the natural trees today. There is another diagram, if you flip back, Rick, that shows where the actual shape of the property is of the church. It's the next slide back.
But the church owns that natural habitat.
Yes, it's a combination between the two properties.
Yeah. I just showed where because it's a thick area of natural habitat. The whole south half of that community is flood zone. But this area here, we just showed where the trees are on both sides, where we're keeping it.
But there is a slide that actually showed it, so if you go back the other direction.
Yeah.
There's one. There you go, ma'am. That's the actual property.
And you can kind of see this bike trail through here on that side, and then over here on this side.
How many miles was that again?
It's 1,800 feet, approximately, a bike trail.
Okay, thank you.
I was not trying to mislead anybody if I don't, on any of this stuff.
No, but if the 17.4 acres or whatever does not include that.
Oh, not at all.
Green.
Oh, of course not.
There's space elsewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
The Central Park is basically an acre. The green space next to that is basically an acre, and that area is 4.154 acres that you're referring to, ma'am, and behind
Could you show
behind
that?
Kenneth, to the east of Kenneth.
Can you show that on a map? Those numbers you just quoted?
Yeah, wrong plan. The green.
Okay. So this area here is about 4.5 acres or more.
4.15.
Then we got acreage here. We've got a little under an acre here. We've got over an acre here, over an acre here, all these halves. We've got over an acre here, here, and all these here. Anyway, just those natural habitat and that are on our property and half-acre or larger park areas add up to the 17.4 acres.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Larson.
Thank you. In the materials provided by staff, there's some requested deviations. The first being a request for a 50% discount to be applied to this project to attain the FAR of .22. Is that still being requested?
Yes, we're still asking for that.
Okay.
And I honestly would have to defer to our architect to explain it.
Okay.
Or staff. Or
I'm just,
staff.
I'm listening to
staff.
all that you're saying, but I am concerned about density. And so I have trouble supporting a deviation that increases density.
Well, we're not increasing our density, so I don't understand that part of it. Mark, could you help with that? Because I don't know.
Yeah, actually, the residential discount does increase the density. It doesn't count a certain percentage of the residential as part of the project. So per Leawood Development Ordinance, you get a 25% is an automatic discount that you have, and you're requesting 50%. And so there is a difference between there that does allow as far as a little bit more square footage as far as density that's located there. So it kind of goes from square footage into the density is where it really would
But I'm not
take
going
place.
over the required, or the 15 units, or anywhere near it.
No, you're meeting as far as the Leawood Development Ordinance with regard to the 15 dwelling units per acre for MXD.
What? I'm sorry?
It's just
I'm
meeting
allowed
the
to
plan
get it, but I'm
and
not taking
providing
it.
the green spaces.
Curtis Holland, our density, the 8.05 density is based on units. What we're talking about, units, right? Correct?
Yeah, and this is actually floor area ratio, so it's the amount of square footage that you get.
Oh,
So for instance, at a .25, with just a .25 residential density, you would have 214,000 and around there. Is less than what you currently have right now.
We're just following the rules you guys set up, right?
You haven't
So
explained why.
You're making the request for the 50% as far as residential discount in order to get kind of where you're at as far as the numbers on the square footage.
On square footage, but not units.
It probably transfers into units because this just deals with residential. And so if you reduce that amount of residential square footage, I imagine you'd also drop in
So
units
the
probably.
deviation's baked in, right? It's already in there?
The 25% is automatic that the Leawood Development Ordinance
Okay.
allows. The applicant's requesting 50%.
So it doesn't
You can go up to
increase the density
55%.
from where it is now in the plan?
It increases square footage, which then can convert over to a number of units as far
Okay,
as the effect
thanks.
density.
Right.
But I'm still at if you take the 114 acres divided by the 935, I'm at 8.05 units the acre.
Yeah,
I think it allows me to have less, to be honest, less retail and office. Is that what it goes into?
No, the residential discount is just strictly applied to residential. It's not applied to
Okay.
any of the commercial.
But then you have another rule that you got to have large units in these things, so we meet that too.
okay.
It confuses me, and I'm in the industry.
What I'm hearing Mr. Klein say is that the FAR is for square footage, and then we have the other number for units per
Units.
acre.
Right.
So what I'm talking about is the deviation that's been requested for the square footage.
Yeah, because we do
That
have,
is-
we
that
have
the-
larger than normal unit sizes here. I mean, our two bedrooms are, up to 1,200, 1,400 square feet. Some are bigger than that. So we've got a lot of large units, which is what you want to have nice units, to an extent.
But it also can increase the density. We'll move on.
No.
I am very glad that the trans system person is here. Mr., is it Wilkie? Wilkie?
Would you like him to come in?
Hi, good evening. Jeff Wilkie, Trans Systems, 2400 Pershing Road, Suite 400, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilkie. I'm referring to your September 7th memorandum that updated based on some changes. And particularly on page 2, some of the traffic stuff is a little, it's a little dry, but this particular paragraph really caught me. And I quote, "A new gas station and convenience store development has recently been approved by Kansas City, Missouri in the southeast corner of the State Line Road and North 133rd Street intersection. The gas station will replace an existing sit-down restaurant, and I'm assuming that we're talking about Quick Trip being built where Applebee's was. A traffic study was not prepared for the gas station since it is a redevelopment project and the existing land use at that site is a significant traffic generator. Further, the gas station is not expected to generate a high volume of new trips as most traffic will be pass-by trips. Pass-by trips consist of traffic that is already traveling on the adjacent street network but stops at the development while en route to other destinations." And I'm assuming you live in Kansas City?
Yes.
And you visit Quick Trips?
Correct.
And I just don't know how this could possibly not affect traffic. Quick Trip, you know, I think it's somebody in the vast materials does double the amount of business that normal convenience stores do. I think that was in here somewhere. And we all go to Quick Trip. When it's on the Missouri side, it's cheap gas, cheap food, young people love it. When there's stuff like this in the traffic study, that causes me heartburn because it brings into question the other assumptions that the numbers are based upon. And I want to trust your numbers because we want to do the best that we can for our residents. But I can't agree with that paragraph you've got in this update. If you could address that, please.
Sure. A lot of the paragraph had to do with the new Quick Trip that's proposed over on the Missouri side there of the intersection. And we're talking about the trips that Quick Trip will generate. The trips it generates will primarily be either pass-by trips, which are traffic that's already on the street network, or there'll be new development trips, brand new trips with a brand new origin with their destination at Quick Trip. So we look at pass-by trips. That's a driver on State Line already going by the site who will turn into the site to get gas and then leave. So at a gas station, the industry standard is up to 76% of gas station traffic at a facility like a Quick Trip is pass-by trips. So that's why we say it won't generate a significant amount of new trips because 24% of the trips will be new trips. That site was an Applebee's that was, so it's designed for a fairly significant volume of restaurant traffic coming in and out of the site. So when we make that comparison, it's just not a huge leap from the Applebee's as far as new trips generated from the Applebee's to the Quick Trip. That's where that paragraph is addressing.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Phila.
I was wondering if you could bring up that where you were talking about the L-shaped street that didn't go through by the church, and just go through that again for me.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I'm assuming that's for me.
Yes.
Okay, right here?
Yes.
Actually, the white keeps on going all the way through. It turns into a loop throughout the retail. But when we had, before, Kenneth went straight on down along the property of the church and us splitting the street. Once it became a private drive, it cannot be within 25 feet of the property line. So we moved it to the east, 25 feet.
I do understand that. So the driveway that goes through on the church side is to the left, right? That
This
goes
is their
all the way.
driveway here, and then,
And it jogs over and then goes through.
yeah, it jogs, well, I think I got one. Here's, if you can maybe, here's what it does. Their driveway comes in up here, and then it jogs over and runs just along the edge of the tree line all the way back down to Kenneth.
Okay, and then that's a public, or is that?
That's not, that's a private street there.
But everyone can go through?
No, it's a private street. I mean, it's a private driveway. It should be for church-goers only.
Is that the way it's used out there? No.
Well,
For the most
it's supposed to be used that way.
I'm just asking real people that live out there. Everybody drives through there.
Well, it's not an easy drive, in my opinion, to go, no, I've not witnessed that.
Okay. And so if you're looking at this map, where's the L shape that you're putting in?
Excuse me, can I ask a question, Ms. Harrison? When you say no, you're not seeing that, no, you're not seeing people using it as a drive-through from 135th to 133rd?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you that I don't see them using the church private driveway to get from 135th to 133rd.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's, I can see how you could, and walkers and maybe bikers do it, but it's through the parking lot, it's a little hidden. I live right near there, I'm on it, I'm in that area frequently, I know that church well.
Okay. And then the L-shaped, if you would stay on the same map, show me where the L shape is.
Right here on the east side of our bike lane, and then it comes in through here and circles on through.
Okay, I just couldn't get those two lined up in the mapping.
Yeah,
Thank you
no
very much for
problem.
that. And if I understand on the phasing questions, if you could go to the phasing. By the way, I just have to say that this is, huge leaps and bounds of an improvement from the very first one. So thank you for the work that Mr. Klein has done in terms of extending the sustainability, work and live sustainable trend going in terms of biking and walking and what's in front of
Okay.
us. So
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
the phasing, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got it up there in a small deal.
It's after this. I'm trying to go from memory here. I'm sorry, I might have
Sorry.
to take it out of. There it is. Okay.
So what I would understand is that you're going to do phase 1 of residential and all the apartments. So you're going to
No,
do
of phase 2.
phase 2. You're going to do how many units in phase 2? So you're going to do.
I'm going from memory here. Let me just take this out of and show so I can flip through stuff faster.
So you have, I forget how many homes
Yeah.
that you're going to do.
So phase 1 has 320 units of high-end apartments.
So you're going to build about half of them,
Yeah,
plus the single family
and probably the twin villas there.
and the villas.
Yeah.
It doesn't show that to be true, but
What now?
the villas don't show up in the.
Yeah, I said I was going to do all of phase 1 and 2 at the same time.
Okay, and so those apartments and villas are together in
Right,
phase 2.
because I always plan to build the villas at the same time as to do the apartments.
Okay, all righty.
Because once I get that area built, I'll do that.
And then next comes the brownstones,
Brownstones, yes,
would be 3?
yes.
Okay,
And then 4 would be the luxury 4-story buildings.
okay, thank you.
And once again, 5 and 6 will be pushed as fast as humanly possible. We'll be marketing right off the bat. As soon as I can get a percentage of it sold so I can get good financing, we'll get started on that side.
So can I ask the question whether you ever looked at the church and the floodplain and what you would have done had it all been a Meadowbrook where it was available for both the church's needs and the rest would become public? Did that conversation ever happen and how you would have envisioned it? I'm curious.
Well, this church, says the ground's not for sale, so I just left it at that. It's not really.
I'm just
I don't
asking the
push it.
question.
And then the other half of it is, if you look at it, about the bottom third of it is all flood zone. So there's no commercial value. When I say commercial value, apartments, single family, anything, you can't build anything down there. And so the upper 2/3 pretty much has the church with room for a little bit of growth. And he said he wanted to be able to have a little bit of growth here and keep the green space for them.
Okay. And again, I just wanted to know if one ever did a creative analysis as to how that might have worked along the lines of how Meadowbrook worked, where the developer went in and they got, and Johnson County bought the land and the buildable part came back to the developer. So that was upfront partnerships. And I just wondered if that had been done, did you ever have that conversation of how that might have changed things? It seems to me if I were the church and someone could have shared the drive, why wouldn't that have been a plus for with the church? If I don't have to maintain a big, long road, I can turn over that hole. I mean, how many feet is that?
Councilmember, Council Fila, I did have a bit of a conversation up front. He wants to be secluded, the president of the church. He told me he wanted Kenneth Road to be a loop so that he didn't lose his own private drive there, is what he told me. And that area has no commercial value. When I can't build on it, so all it could be is park or open area like it is now.
Right.
So that part doesn't change. So could I have built a street through there without a very expensive bridge? That couldn't have been possible. I mean, you can't afford to build bridges. So, I mean, because the creek down there is deep enough. Okay, can you please?
I got permission from Mr. Renier, who's out there, because decades ago, we did look at a project that we call Blue Valley Promenade.
And let the record show this is Henry Clover speaking.
I'm sorry.
Please. Thank you.
I'm just used to everybody knowing my name. Sorry.
Well, when they transcribe the minutes, they
Yeah,
won't
I
know the
understand.
different
Apologize.
voice. Yeah.
I got permission from Bob Renier, who's out there, to talk about this, because decades ago, we did do a overall plan for this very same area, and it was called Blue Valley Promenade, and we did negotiate with the church for some extensive period of time. And Rick is correct that a lot of they did have some pretty big expansion plans and things like that, and we talked about swapping property and things like that, and decades ago, we weren't successful at getting it done.
But it really wasn't done. It really wasn't done in this iteration.
Not recently, but we did, when we did the initial plans, try and do something, and we weren't successful getting it done just because the church had a lot of plans for their own property and what they wanted to do.
I appreciate that, but things change, and it seems that there's a lot of churches that are struggling. It doesn't seem to. But anyway, I just wondered if that had been explored.
And I do want to stress, this came up 6, 8, or a year ago, and I did ask the church just that, and he said, we're not interested in selling. We want to be our community. We want to be able to expand our church larger, and I want to keep our drive private. So he wanted the church, the Kenneth to be where it was, and he wanted his drive where it was. So
I
that was
do
our yes.
recall we had that conversation a year ago.
And I called on it, just like you'd asked me to, and he had not changed his mind on any of it.
All right. I just wondered if, there was some advantage for everyone to save some green space in making the bike path that was usable for their folks as well. And they're not going to be able to develop down there, but thank you for answering the question.
The bike path is there, and the green space is all there too, because it's still all saved.
Right. Thank you.
So, Mr. Odo,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for your comments about possibly changing the twin villas to single family. That is one of the things we've heard repeatedly from the residents. Another thing we've heard is the proximity of the 4-story buildings and if they could be moved to 135th Street. And it's my understanding that these apartment buildings, A, B, C, F, G, and H, are all 4-story buildings.
Right.
And my question is, would you consider taking F, G, and H and making them 3-story so that then you step up to 4-story, so the 3-story are across from the single family?
I really can't afford to build these buildings with the parking deck and the parking garage and at 3 stories. They just financially cannot come out. So it's just not a fair, I mean, one of the things they'd asked for, and I tried explaining it to them, and
It's actually 2 stories above the deck.
it's just 2 stories above the deck. Across the street over here, you've got their deck, and then you got 4 stories above it. So you've got a 2-story deck, and then 4 stories, and that's how you get to 6.
But would
Ours
you
all
need
included
a
is 4.
2-story deck if you
I only
only
ha- well,
had one
I've-
story? I mean, could you
I can't.
reverse it?
I've got 1 story, and then I'm covering it and using a promenade, or what would you call that? The amenity deck on top of it. Deck on top of it that we plant trees, flowers. You saw the pictures of it. I've already looked at it. I cannot build that less than 4 stories. It just doesn't, because I got to put an elevator in there. And you just can't come out with those type of expenses of elevators and that deck at anything less than 4 stories. 5-story works better, but 4-story is the minimum on those.
Okay.
I appreciate it, though.
Okay.
I really, if I could, trust me when I tell you, you're asking me to trade 3 for 5 and step up or whatever that was asked before. I still can't do it. And if I could, and it'd be that easy to get approval tonight, I would do that. I just physically can't. But don't forget, the ground goes uphill as you go from 135th Street to 133rd to 137th. I'm sorry, I'm going backwards here. From 135th to 133rd to 132nd, the ground all goes uphill. So they're not going to be seeing these 4-story buildings like they think they will, because it just goes down from there, from their house.
The topography?
Yeah, topography goes downhill to 135th Street.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Kane?
I was going to wait till citizen comments before I weighed in necessarily, but because the mayor brought this up, I will too. I appreciate all the changes to your plan. I still have major fundamental in my mind issues with this plan, and I'll explain what those are here as I go forward. But this is, in your own words, it's Mr. Holland's word, or Mr. One of somebody's words. It's dramatically different than it was at the beginning. So this, to everybody listening, is exactly what we hope, is that as we work together, is the key word, things do get dramatically different. We've all seen that over and over and over throughout the city. It's the collaborative nature of this process that we rely on, and so do our citizens rely on. And you said it yourself, everybody's saying it. It is dramatically different than it was the first time. Yet, what I'm seeing, or my perception of this, and I don't want to argue hard numbers, what I'm seeing is an increase in the number of units. I'm seeing an increase in what I view as the objections, or whatever word we want to use, by the neighbors. So both those things are going up, and I'm still, even if I used your own words at you, and I want to be fair here, is you keep talking about working with the staff, working with the staff, working with the staff. Well, look around. We live in a neighborhood, we live in a city, we have to work with our residents as well. So my major consternation right now is to see some of the things. For example, these 4-story buildings. And I thank God they're not 6-story buildings, and there's no doubt about it. The corridor study calls for that. Nobody's arguing that. So thank you for not trying to do that to us. But what I'm showing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 4-story buildings all along Pawnee and 135th. And yet, where I view the highest fundamentally, I'm just talking fundamentals here, where should the tallest buildings be? They should be along 135th Street, and they should be along State Line Road. And where are they? Not along 135th Street and not along State Line Road. There is, if I'm reading your own report, and I'm feeling personally more excited and more appreciative of the east quadrant than I am the west. Because if I'm reading this correctly, there is 1 4-story building in the middle of the eastern section, 1 4-story building, and everything else is at the most 2. And again, I could be reading this teeny-weeny little thing wrong, but that's the way I'm reading it. We have this one little bitty guy right in the middle that's 4-story. Everything else is 1 or 2. So, and then where do we have the 4 stories, but we don't have them along here? These are beautiful little 2-story guys. The 4 stories are right here, right across. Of course, there's residents all up and down here. So my fundamental points here are the tallest of what your development is showing is not where fundamentally I think it should be. And then the one thing that everybody was really jazzed about at the beginning was a double row of homes along 132nd Street. And at first, they were only right in through here. You did, thank goodness, and thank you, extend that to here. Whether or not these are twin villas at a lower price point or single-family homes, frankly, I could care less, because I think the blending of the types of residents is one of the positives that you've gotten. I could care less if those is, personally, I could care less. But this is the tallest of everything, and it's right smack dab in the middle, and the nice, pretty 2 stories are all along here, along 135th Street. So I am hoping that through continued collaboration, we're doing really well with the staff here and the LDO, clearly. Well, what I think is glaringly obvious from this is that the collaboration is not including the residents. So tonight, I will be voting not in support of this plan as it stands, although I'm very grateful for us moving clearly in a better direction, as I think everybody would agree that we have made dramatic improvements, but there still needs to be work as far as this councilwoman is concerned. Thank you.
Can I respond, or is there?
Well, you're going to, well, go ahead if you have a response for her.
Well,
I've got
I do.
Ms. Harrison also
I
waiting.
do.
Go ahead.
You keep in mind the transect, we're following the transect. When we went and talked with staff, they said density, the height is not an issue. So I'm having a bit of a problem when I'm getting a different feel from design to this, we meet the plan, and then it's still not approved. So I don't know how to design something when we work with staff, we meet the LDO, we meet the 135th Street, we're below the requirements in every aspect of it, and it's still too much or too tall or too many units in there. So I have a problem with that. The other thing is, I appreciate, because you're not the first person to say, why can't you put all the 4 stories down on 135th Street? Because then what you end up with is a very ugly plan, in my opinion, as a developer. You have single-family duplexes, row. Then you have the row of the smaller, and it doesn't quite fit in there in the plan. And then I've got these, it destroys the grid system. It doesn't come out well. We tried to lay it out, and it just does not come out pretty at all. So we have it designed as a flow, and it flows better. And this is one of the things I would say is a fairness bit. If 4-story buildings 85 feet away is acceptable at Mission Farms, 390 feet should be acceptable here, in my opinion. And I really wish you'd consider that, because we're just trying to meet what other plans have done and better them, and better them, and better them.
The plans you're referring to are 30-acre plans, and this is 161 or 116 or whatever the number is. So, I mean, there is not a mixed-use development in the city of Leawood. There's not anything anywhere close to this size, this density in our city. Again, I'm trying to look at, Mr. Holland said, stick to the facts and remove the emotion, and those are facts. It does not exist in this city. Do we have what you're pointing out? Yes. Do we have a 30-acre development where we have the little bit across from the street? Yes. Is Mission Farms another 30-acre mixed-use development? Yes. Is that, I'm not saying your facts are not correct, but and I'm not saying 135th Street won't be developed. I'm not saying that the owner doesn't have the right to sell. It's all going to happen. I'm just saying this is my opinion. Some of these things are very black and white, in my opinion, but there's also, including the golden criteria, in my opinion, there are all sorts of shades of gray here. And the biggest shades of gray, as far as I'm concerned, is the lack of the input, or the lack of what appears to be the cooperation or the working with the residents. Thank you.
Sorry you feel that way.
That's my opinion.
Ms. Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Odo, the events that you talk about, those I love that. I finally feel like for the first time in all the years that we've had projects come to us, somebody has listened to that comment of a sense of place, which is impossible to define. Google it, impossible to define, but you've at least tried to create a space where things can happen that beyond dog walking. But I'm a parking snob, and I can't stand not being able to park when I go places that asked me to come, that invited me to come. We're having an event, come. Oh, wait, there's nowhere to park. Hello, downtown Lee Summit. Where, you said earlier when you were droning us through the computer animation, you said you'd tell us where all these people could park, because I'm hoping that these are open to the public. You want to attract people to the farmers markets and the food trucks, not just the residents. So when the residents are home and the parking garages are full, and they're probably gated and private anyway, and the food trucks are taking up all of those parallel parking spots, where are all these folks going to park?
Great question. So if you look at Chadwick, I'm circling it right now. Okay, that area there will be the food trucks. Well, the parking will be down here. We actually have a double street here that we put in recently for the single family to go in here, and then to allow for parking for our events, just what you're talking about on that side. We couldn't do it everywhere, kind of tight. Then we have parking down here. You've got along here, and a lot of parking stalls set aside for it. And along here, you got a lot of excess parking here and here. So, and what now?
Right there.
Right, yeah. Right through here, right down this street here. We got a lot of parking along here. So we've got a lot of parking to allow for a couple hundred cars, additional street parking cars.
And this won't be a situation like in downtown Lee Summit when downtown Overland Park, when I want to go to the food court. I think it's called Strang Hall.
Farmers market?
Yeah.
Food court, nope. Where all of the signs say, nope, can't park here after 5 p.m. Can't park in the bank parking lot, can't park in this park. And no, it's empty. Nobody's here at the bank, but you can't park here. So there won't be signs up on all these places that say.
We'll say, hey, all cars have to be removed by 7 a.m.
Okay, very good.
And we will work with your parking department. And so, because my intention is this would be maybe some Thursday night events and a lot of Friday, Saturday night events. And maybe some Sunday morning for farmer markets or something like that, or the art shows going on to Sunday day.
Okay. I bring this up in part because you frequently mention Villa Milano.
Yes.
And from what I understand, and we've received many complaints over the years about parking along 137th Street because there isn't enough parking in Villa Milano when folks have parties and guests at the pool and this, that, and the other. So there's on-street parking overflowed from Villa Milano on 137th, which by design, not great for on-street parking.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying. By having the gates there, it forced anyone who's not a resident to park there. And what we've had is some people having parties there on weekends when it's not monitored as close, and they'll have people up there. We try to monitor that to happen. To my knowledge, I haven't seen that happen in a long, long time. I lived there for a summer just recently when my house here in Leawood was being built. So I kind of saw a lot more stuff going on there. We watch for that. I'm not saying it never happened, but it's because the gates are there and prevents non-residents from coming in. This won't be that way. We don't have a gated community anymore.
Reason number 14, I'm not a big fan of those gated communities, but during the pandemic, there weren't so many parties, so I can't believe it was a big issue in the last.
They're not supposed to have parties that big, by the way. When they did, they had them not allowed, but, can't control everything.
Welcome to being the party cop. Okay.
Right.
I just want to make sure
Fair
that there
enough.
aren't going to be signs up that say, can't park here, this is for residents only, and, okay.
Well, they'll have some of those, but, they're very limited. But you'll have plenty of areas for them to park on the streets.
Okay, 2 more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, back to Villa Milano, because I believe that in every conversation that you've had in front of us, when you've talked about your goals for this, you do mention Villa Milano frequently. Villa Milano, do I understand, is all 2-story?
Just like what we're showing here, 2-story from the front. Some of them have walkouts on the back to be 3-story on the back side. So this exact same a similar product that we have here, we're called the mansion style.
Okay.
Or big home.
Or
It's
the-
also called that.
Okay.
But
which-
two-story from the front, from all building codes.
Okay, which is part of the, I can't get in because it's gated, so I've never been in it.
I'd love to take you through.
Well, so I drive by it a lot, but if, you're right, from Mission, it looks like 2 stories, and I love that look. I wish this whole Cameron's Court could be that look. And you're gonna tell me it can't be because there wouldn't be enough units, right?
That, and I was asked for a diversity of looks and styles, so I keep fighting that, just like the RP2 was asked to be removed in the very first revision because it didn't meet MXD.
Okay.
So, I'm getting conflicting things about remove it, now put it back in, and remove it, so, and they have lots of different types, but so we are trying to have a lot of different varieties here. I really want to stress that, and that was something that was asked for me and called for by the 135th Street Corridor Plan. So that's why we have 8 different types of homes here.
I agree. You have become a master at using a variety of words to describe what I thought was a townhome. So kudos to you for your
Thank you.
your use of synonyms. I would love to see this development be 100% villas, mansion-style apartment homes, brownstones, and single-family homes. You're going to tell me that just can't be done?
I don't think I can, no, because I can't get the density to pay for all the streets and because the mansion style eats up a lot of space. And, originally, like I said, staff told me, don't worry about it, go tall. We got plenty of room. You're well within your limits. So I took them at their word on that. You wanna jump in?
Okay, one last question.
That question even violates the 135th Street Community Plan,
Well, you've
which
had-
calls for us to go up and
Well,
put
and
more density along the street.
most of your trips here, you've told us how not feasible, that's not the right phrase, the corridor plan was. I mean, you've told us over and over again, the corridor plan with all of its required retail and commercial is not a viable plan, that you can't sell that much retail space and you can't sell that much commercial space. So I've
The plan
listened
says the
to
same
you.
thing, ma'am. It does say it in there if you want to. There are sections of it would say that the location of the commercial needs to be negotiated and viable with, between the city and the developers. It says it even in the plan that it's something, and the plan even says that what's available and usable is already taken up by further down the corridor, the 119th Street Corridor Plan. There's also the Rainier study that talks about availability and use of property. But a lot of the problems we had with the 135th Street Community Plan was it just wasn't codified. So all the roads we're putting in are private, so we can make the streets designs that the criteria actually asked for. So it's been just that trouble of trying to figure out how to take something that isn't allowed in the LDO and figure out how to get it to work. So that was the biggest problem.
And one of your things in the MXD plan calls for and asks for is density, which calls for 4, 5, 6-story buildings. It actually asks for that to be put in.
Well, density, couldn't we also define, if we're going to use creative use of the same word, density, villa, townhome, attached home, brownstone, mansion-style apartment homes, these are much more increased density than Wilshire Place, Waterford, Greenbrier, and the Enclave, all of the neighbors. So that is going to give you higher density.
But by the way, I can't thank you enough for having the opportunity of having a feedback conversation back and forth. This is helpful for both sides, by the way. It
Absolutely.
really is. Okay, I would say that RP1 has density, but MXD is designed and meant to have more density. I mean, that's why they said in it, and the reason why they contemplate 15 units the acre is because they know you can't pay for this unless you have density in that level. That's why other parts of the city, you went to 17 and 19. So I really do feel like the 8.05 is fair to get all these things in. And just so for the record, because I know it's a number it's not supposed to be, you're not supposed to take certain areas and just look at certain areas, because that's not fair to the developer. But the whole west side is only 11.2 units the acre. That's right there for your RP4 density, so we're not getting anything special for it. And so, we're trying to be as cognizant of how few can I get in and still make sure that this is financially feasible, because you know, it does nobody any good to build something that just stalls out.
Oh, I assure you, we don't want you to build something that's going to fizzle.
Right.
In all of my years on the council, I have never had anybody say to me, what Leawood has got to build, what we need are apartments. But I understand apartments will be on this site, don't get me wrong, and I'm not anti-apartment. But what I have heard every single month when I go to book club, bunco, when I have block parties, when I'm sitting around the fire pit with my neighbors, what I do hear is, I wish I could downsize and stay in Leawood. They want to downsize from their four-bedroom, five-bedroom, three-car garage, three-story, you know what I mean by three-story. Big houses where we raised our kids, and they want to downsize, but they want to own it. And I would love to see, I love this row along 133rd Street. I love that. I would love to see a little more of that so that we could have more than 29, wait a minute, 29 homeowners. I wish we could add more than 29 homeowners to all this 600 acres.
But your study also says, and I can go to the page, that says that condos have not been real successful in the metro area. So that's why we have a very minimum amount. The brownstone's unique. It's new to the city. No one's ever done the brownstone stuff, and I know they're trying to do that across the street. And I think I can get a little bit of that to work here, but it's got to be very minimal. You know, a little bit's good, a lot's bad. And if I could do more of it, I would. It's just not the other condos that have been built in Leawood failed. Mission Farms ended up converting to apartments because it failed. So let's not try doing more of, this is why I'm saying a little bit's acceptable. A lot won't work.
When you mentioned condos failing, are you referring to 25 years ago when the apartments by Tomahawk Creek Parkway flipped over to condos?
No, that actually ended up working. I'm talking about the ones on 133rd and Row and the ones over at Mission Farms. Those didn't work too well.
133rd and Row.
Parkway Plaza.
They never did build. They built two buildings.
Wasn't that when we had a recession?
No, well, they built two buildings, and there's 6 more to be built. They've never been built. And my point is, the reason why they've never been built is because there's not a high demand for those. There's area for them.
We've not had anybody come up here and pitch a project over there.
And that's proof of it.
Wow.
I have Miss Phila waiting
I'm
unless
sorry.
you're, are you through,
I
Miss
think I'm
Harrison?
done. I could go on
Can
for
I
an
add
hour,
one
but
thing, just so we get it straight? The height of the building on our side of the street is 4 stories. Across the street, it's over 5 stories, because the building that's on the south side of 135th Street is over 5 stories. Because it does come out of the corner because of the grade, and it gets pretty, it's actually taller than what we're doing.
thank you.
Building.
Miss Phila.
I just would
3
like,
buildings.
while we're listening to citizens, I would wonder if you could put together the numbers of homes versus rental. That's one graph. So when we keep talking about home ownership and density, and it doesn't seem to be we get those numbers real straight. B, a topography view of this 4-story from the residential. If we could put that topography, that was very helpful. And another development, when you saw that it looked like it was really tall, but when you looked at the sloping factor, it wasn't as tall. And then third, if you could divide those into 3 sections where the streets intersect, it would be interesting just to look at them as if, not that that's appropriate, but just if we were to look at them, because sometimes the scale of this is a little overwhelming. If we were just looking at that project, with the luxury apartments, the second one would be half brownstones in the middle, and then the other one would be townhomes and brownstones. And personally, I like the idea that we have townhomes because they're still home rentals and they're just a little lower price point. So that's what we're trying to do is provide home ownership for as many as possible that can afford it. So if that's possible, I'd love to look at the numbers that way, but I haven't the wherewithal to pull that together. So homes versus
Can't
ownership versus rental.
I can do that part right now.
No, just do it do it when you come back because it's.
Oh, I was hoping not to have to come back.
No,
You were going to respond to the citizens' comments.
And then topography, is a
You
little bit
got
more.
this.
And then looking at sections, and 3 sections as if, there were smaller projects coming in for development, and we'll leave the east the way it is. So that's all I wanted.
And
Okay.
I have one question before we go to the citizen comments. I think we're about ready to do that. In one of your iterations way back, you talked about a dog park and community gardens. And I think those are now not part of this?
Okay, they are going to be part of it, but obviously the dog park is for our residents that are there.
But where is it on the plan?
I'll have one over here and another one over here or something like that for the dog parks. And then we'll also squeeze in a few different gardens. We'll probably have about 3 or 4 different gardens because they're.
And I can understand where you'd want those for the residents, but
Yes.
I just didn't hear you ever talk about it again.
Because everybody seemed to want to talk about what I'm going to do for the neighbors, and that's what I've been concentrating, what I'm doing for
On
the neighbors
Chadwick.
instead of for
Okay.
instead of my residents. And I really got to stress, guys, I've tried to keep this as low as possible, as low density as possible, as low buildings as possible, and still be financially viable. And I can't stress enough at 8.05 units the acre, the minimum amount of retail and the minimum amount of office. I can't go any lower.
You'll have time to come back and talk after the residents.
Thank you.
So if there are no further questions right now from the council, I think we're ready to hear from the citizens. So thank you very much for your presentation. And I have reviewed the advanced sign-up sheet and seen a number of duplications from those that came in tonight and also signed up to speak. So I think we're up to maybe 29 people speaking, but not what we thought it could have been. So I'm going to start with the typed sheet, and then I will go to those of you that printed it and are not on the typed sheet. And I'm going to mention 2 at a time so you can have the second person ready to come forward. And I'll ask that you please keep your remarks to 3 minutes, and our city clerk has a timer that will assist. So I'll mention the first 2, and if you'll come forward and state your name and address for the record, please. And I could be saying this incorrectly. Imran Malik and Mark Casey. And one at a time, but I wanted Mark Casey to be ready. Imran Malik. Did I say that correctly?
I live at 2204 Condoleezza Terrace. My wife and I have lived there for almost 3 years. We could have moved anywhere we wanted in this area. We've come from Iowa. We've come from the only town of 4,000 in the United States that has a Major League Baseball field, Dyersville, Iowa, the Field of Dreams. I was city attorney for Dyersville through the whole process of getting that established. We got sued, went to Supreme Court, and we won on the zoning issue. So I'm somewhat familiar with zoning. When we first came here, we lived in the Tomahawk Creek condominiums, which I believe were referenced. We were there for 2 years just trying to see if we liked living down here or not. Grandma had made up her mind before we actually moved down here, but I had to make up my mind. After that, as was mentioned, we needed a larger living facility that we could own. We ended up with a very nice townhouse in Leawood South, and I would agree that there is a need for that type of thing. Every time one goes for sale in our neighborhood, it's gone immediately. We have 110 units in the HOA, and there's never an unsold unit there. The concern I have is we're dealing with an issue of smoke and mirrors right now. This is premised on the MDX zoning, which has to do with having employment opportunities near dense residential areas. I think it's clear that there's not going to be any commercial or retail development in that area. The RCL study that was done in 2019, I'd assume you've had access to that at some point. It was in the Planning Commission packet for the last meeting, part of their 1,000-page packet. No, you were the 1,000 pages, they were 800 pages. It said there was almost no likelihood of that happening in the near future or even 10 or 20 years out. That was pre-COVID. We all know what COVID has done to both commercial buildings and retail spaces. They're all over the place. They're waiting for somebody to occupy them. Mr. Odo can start marketing whenever he wants. He can market till he's blue in the face, but unless he practically gives the units away, he is not going to be successful in filling these units that are the key to complying with his MDX zoning. So I think that's the first issue. The other thing that I think is important is that your zoning ordinance itself says that the purpose is to, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, to ensure the quality of life. I'm done, huh?
Yeah, I thought it would go to yellow and then red.
Yeah, I don't think I got a warning.
You're not
yet.
able to do that? It used to do that. It went from green to yellow to red, so you kind of had a warning.
Okay, well.
I don't, but anyway, finish your thought, please, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to say the zoning ordinance is to prevent crowded populations, ensure the quality of life. Everything in this plan is contrary to the precepts of that, and that's the very first statement in your zoning ordinance. There's just no way that this project fits in. Yes, the land will be developed, it should be developed, but this fits nothing that is Leawood. I've been here long enough to know that this is not Leawood. This is a terrible affront to the neighborhood, and please, please, please do not do this to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Please, please, I have to ask again, no applause to those outside. Thank you. Mark Casey and then Jeff Logan. You were Mark? Oh, I'm sorry. You gave your address. You never said your name. So I guess Mr. Malik was not here. And if he's not, I'm assuming this is a gentleman. It could be a lady. So we'll show that Imran, I-M-R-A-N, Malik, was recognized but not present to speak. Okay, so we've heard from Mark Casey. So Jeff Logan and then Gareth Matthews.
Hi there, how are you guys?
Hello.
Thanks, first of all, for the opportunity to speak tonight. I appreciate it. I've been in 13220 High Drive in Leawood for the last 15 years. I've been involved in this process.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, Jeff Logan.
Thank you.
You got it. So I'd like to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight, particularly Mary Larson is the one who constantly gets back on email, so that did not go unnoticed in our small group. As I mentioned, I've attended these meetings for the last 2 years, Interact meetings, planning meetings, et cetera. So I'm fairly well up to speed on what we got going on here. The project's not mixed use, simple. If you look at the applicant's data, if you do the math on just the west side of this project, it is 99% residential, and it's way more dense than what's being represented. We don't believe that the east side will ever be developed. In fact, there's a for sale sign sitting on that plot of land as of a couple of days ago, which is a bit confusing. It's 14.2 acres on the west side. Instead of going through all the things you know, traffic, density, right, I'd like to talk about what we do want, and it was alluded to earlier. These have not been Interact meetings. We have come to this applicant a number of times through our HOA, through, asking for certain things. I mean, look at the green space. It's a bunch of places you can't fit a building, so we call it a park, put a bench and, drop a tree in the ground. Like, that's not green space. That's not what this city's about. That's not what the plan calls for. And that's not, I don't think, the legacy that you guys want to leave by approving a project like this. So with that, I would ask that you don't approve this plan, and at a minimum, if it's remanded back, the applicant has to be forced to work with us. Not in a strong arm way, but our input needs to be in this, or else, it's going to be like this every single time. And it's frustrating, I think, for you, and it's certainly frustrating for the residents. So with that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logan. Gareth Matthews and then Dan Goldberg. Good evening.
Just so that you know, I asked to speak here a couple weeks ago and asked what the rules would be and was sent a notice saying that we'd get 5 minutes. That's what I prepared for. I'll pare it down to 3, but I think a lot of people here have worked very hard, engaged in this process, and are trying to get to more than sound bites. And taking us from 5 minutes to 3 minutes is very difficult for us. I am Gareth Matthews, 13241 High Drive. 17 years ago, my wife and I bought our first home together in Wilshire Place. We've been there since. 7 years ago, I attended the 135th Street development meetings out in Ironwoods Park, and I had mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, it brought the promise of greater density and traffic, but on the other hand, I was really optimistic about what I read about and what I heard over those 3 meetings, and told my wife that there were going to be opportunities for us to walk down the street as a family and go to a restaurant, hang out potentially in a park. There were amenities, and a front door to Leawood was part of the concept. People, instead of just passing on 135th going from Missouri to Overland Park and Olathe, would have an opportunity to stop. Part of what was promised was more pedestrian access, more cycling, and the opportunity for people who brought cars to park once, to get out and to walk around. And the key to that, and I think what you've just heard, was that it was about integrated mixed use. It wasn't about what Mr. Odo started the conversation over a year ago about horizontal mixed use. Horizontal mixed use is what you still have here. This is traditional building, where you build your houses over here and your retail and your commercial over there. That's exactly what this plan is. On the western part of this, closest to my home, is close to 1.3 million square feet of building, and 98.5% of that is residential. Less than 0.8% is commercial, and even less than that is retail and restaurant. How is that, in anybody's view, integrated mixed use? Mr. Elkins cast the deciding vote at the Planning Commission meeting, and I was disappointed by his vote, but he said 3 things that I'd like to repeat, and you can read them on his transcript. The first is that he's concerned about the density. He thinks it's too dense. The second is he's not convinced this is mixed use, but he said he was voting in favor of the plan because he believed what could come next might be more dense. Mm-hmm. As residents in the area, we have more skin in the game than anybody, and we don't want to see this approved. We get all of the negatives, all of the things I came home 7 years ago and talked to my wife about, all the things that were concerns. We don't get any of the benefits. Check Mr. Odo's math. It'll be on the transcript between now and the next meeting. See what he said about the parks, an acre here, an acre there. On what I saw that was presented to us, I didn't see any of that. I saw Chadwick Greenway being an acre, and a lot of things are a lot smaller than that. So I'll stop now, but thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Dan Goldberg and then Larry Gunja.
Hi, my name is Dan Goldberg, and I reside at 3089 West 132nd Place. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Great. Thanks for having me today at the meeting. I wish I could have been in person, but I'm excited for tonight's vote. because I think that's why we elected you all at the city councils to make these types of tough decisions in the best interest of our city. You likely, none of you will be on the city council in 30 years, but the decisions you make tonight on this project will be reverberating for decades. And I think the decision today is start with two dramatically different directions. One direction, and let me do sort of a split screen, is Mission Farms type living, where you have apartments. But you also have restaurants. You have people going to places like Rye, eating outside in the community, and then walking back to where they live. You have bicycle shops. You have all these things that on this other side of the screen you don't have, which is just a crush of 900 apartments. There's no green space. There's nothing but just crushed apartments. And it's a stark, totally different view of what the city should be. And so I think, to speaking to Mr. Oto's vision and what we want, it's just very clear. We want Mission Farms, we want Meadowbrook, and we support that. And we need to demand more from Oto Development, because I think he can do this type of development, this other type that I speak of. He has first class help. You see that in his presentation. He's tenacious. He can do the type of development this city wants. But what developers do is what we would expect them: maximize profits. And that's their job. It's like a kid on Halloween. They're just going to keep on going and asking for more and more. It's our job as the adults to say no and say it's time to stop and get reasonable. And when I say it's the adults' job, that adults are you now, the city council. Say no to 900 apartments. Say no to zero vision for the city of Leawood and what its residents want. Say no to maximizing profits at the expense of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldberg. Larry Gunja, and then Dwayne Opfer.
Okay. I'd like to thank you all for giving me the time here. I have paired this, my statement.
Could you introduce yourself, please? Name
Larry
and address.
Gunja, 13288 High Drive in Wilshire Place subdivision.
Thank you.
I have paired my comments to as small as I can. The rest is in my emails to you and to the Planning Commission. So I would pray that you give me, I'll keep it under 5, but I have an email that said I had 5. So here goes. My wife Kathy and I strongly oppose the current development plan, Cameron's Court. We're not anti-development. We would love to see the property developed. We welcome a plan that will blend well with the surrounding neighborhoods and one that will enhance the values of all homes within the surrounding area. I think everyone here tonight knows that this plan is entirely too dense for the surrounding area and that the resulting traffic will be absolutely horrendous throughout our quiet neighborhoods. However, I'm not sure if everyone gets the point about mixed use. Imagine, for example, the entire governing body wants to take one last look at the development site before hearing the public comments tonight. So we all hop on a bus, me right along with them, and when we arrive, Mayor Dunn turns to me and says, "Larry, what are your thoughts?" To which I respond, "Well, I live right across the street, just 200 feet away from the development. Let's go inside and discuss it." As we gather around the table, I ask if anyone would like something to drink. Everyone declines, except Mayor Dunn. She said, "I'd like a mixed drink." And I said, "Scotch and water." I said, "Okay." So I decide I'll join her. And so I go over, I pour 2 drinks, set one down in front of the mayor, walk down to the other end of the table, and sit down. And before we even get started, Mayor Dunn says, "Larry, I think you forgot to put scotch in my drink." And I said, "No, I gave you what you asked for, a mixed drink. But I call it a horizontal mixed drink. I get all the good stuff, you get the plain old water, and the remainder of you said you didn't want anything. I'm pleased, but are all the rest of you? I think you all get my point. The reason we're all here tonight is to prevent one party from getting all the good stuff and everyone else getting nothing. Whatever the development does eventually occur on that site, it must be something that all of Leawood residents can appreciate and be proud of. A high-density, overpopulated apartment complex isn't the answer. Several years ago, a developer wanted to develop the 22-acre property where the Bank of Blue Valley and the Price Chopper are currently located to build Market Square Center. The surrounding neighbors strongly opposed such a development, with the retail commercial businesses infringing on their quiet neighborhoods. Both sides went after each other. They battled for over 2 years. It's probably even longer than that. But both sides finally decided to put their heads together and try to come up with a plan that would benefit everyone. The end result is our beautiful Geyser Park. The neighbors got a berm that completely obstructs their view of the retail commercial property. We all benefit from a grocery store that many of us can even walk to. The city didn't need to have Pawnee Lane ripped through the Waterford and Wilshire Place subdivisions, and the developer got exactly what he wanted, his plan approved. A win-win for everybody. What a deal for all of Leawood. A 22-acre retail commercial development in exchange for a gorgeous 10-acre park. Did you all get that? 22 acres of development for 10 acres of beautiful park space. I ask you, the leaders of our city, don't we all deserve a better plan than what's in front of you tonight? Something similar to the Geyser Park deal. The developer claims that he's providing green space, natural habitat, and park space. The natural habitat's already there. It's something that he doesn't have to do anything with. His park space is placing a couple of benches in a few totally useless corners of apartment buildings where he can't put anything. The crown jewel of his current plan is what he refers to, in Mr. Odo's own words, the center point of his plan. It's called Chadwick Park, where we can all enjoy car shows, art shows, and food trucks. The truth is, the entire Chadwick Park area is less than an acre. Less than 1 acre. The current plan provides nothing for the city, nor for the current Leawood residents. I believe that someone on the developer's team has said that they believe the current plan creates, in their own words, a sense of place, whatever that is. Personally, I have a vision of what I'd like to see on the property, and I'd like to see something new, something dynamic, something exciting, vibrant, traditional, something that expresses an idea or a mood without speaking. I'm not sure I even know what that would be, but it could be a starting point that could open an honest and viable communication between surrounding homeowners and the developer. Many of my neighbors have great ideas as well. I urge you, the Leawood governing body, to remand this plan back to the Planning Commission tonight to be reconsidered as to whether it actually does meet the definition of mixed use and if it complies with the Leawood Development Ordinance. I also ask that you emphatically encourage the developer to take a step back to actually interact with the surrounding neighbors and consider what they have to say. And I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gunja. Dwayne Opfer and Kay Shirley will be after you.
Good evening, everyone. It's a lot better to see you in person than on YouTube, as I'm standing at a kid's sport event watching you on my phone. My name is Dwayne Opfer. I live at 13205 Canterbury Road, right inside the first cul-de-sac by Geyser Park. I'm going to start off by saying that I guess I was absolutely shocked that the plan made it here. We've all heard about the vote from the Planning Committee and how it was a very reluctant vote, but it's still here. And the reason is I look back at the original governing body meeting. I've watched all the planning meetings. I guess it's all 12 of them now. And that back then you talked about how the plan then was too dense. That plan had, if I'm correct, 662 units in it now. Now we have, 930 or something like that. You've heard the developer say over and over, I can't do that, I can't do that. But he's already proven to you that he can do it because the previous one was less dense. That plan also had the dual row of family housing. Also in the discussion, the governing body was talking about it, I think the term was a gradation or basically a general transition where we went from this single family neighborhoods to maybe villas behind that, and maybe we could step it up a little bit. Instead, what we have now is we have a single row of single family housing, and then we have 4-story apartments there. And I want to go on the record and correct something that was said here earlier. The slope there is actually going uphill. When you go across 133rd, I walk it every day with my kids to Mission Trail Elementary right there. If you look at the hillside where the soybean or whatever they're growing there at the time, it's actually about a 12-foot, actually, or more height difference right there. So these 4-story apartments are actually going to be on higher ground, and probably the highest ground in the plot. I don't know what the eastern side is, but I'm going to tell you on the western side, putting the 4-story buildings is going to be putting it on the highest point of land. One other thing that you talked about was working with the neighbors. We've heard about it, you've seen the snack, you've held it up, and it's something that I wrote about specifically. I've been to the Interact meetings, and Jeff Logan talked about it a little bit. They're directive in nature. They're done over Zoom. He answers the questions that he wants to answer, doesn't answer the questions he doesn't want to answer. When I asked the question, I was basically cut off and said, thank you for your support, and that's how things have went on. Additionally, there have been smaller meetings that have been arranged where basically we were told that if we didn't support the plan would become worse. And in the next iteration of the plan, that single-family housing disappeared. The planning committee said put it back, and it came back. But the point is, the reason that we've had 12 meetings or 15 meetings, however many meetings, is every iteration of the plan has gotten more dense, has gotten taller buildings, different things like that. You know, in the beginning, he talked about, I guess I have 30 seconds left, that it's, you know, that we have this fear of the unknown. Actually, it's the exact opposite. We have fear of the known. We can see what's coming. We can see these 4 or 6 4-story buildings that are going to be on elevated land. We're going to see all the traffic on 133rd, which is already an issue, which probably needs traffic mitigation efforts because it's a highway from Missouri if you want to skip the traffic on 133rd. But it's going to be traffic cutting down High Drive through our neighborhoods. It's going to be just... I mean, you're putting, I think the estimate at the Planning Committee meeting was 2,300 people in a very, very small space. So I ask that you deny the plan, and I ask you to give the same advice you gave the applicant the first time. Talk to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hofer. Kay Shirley and then Mike Perry.
Kay Shirley, 3210 West 138th. I'm a little under the weather, so Mike's going to do most of the talking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Mike Perry, 3210 West 138th Street. We live in Tuscany Reserve. And so I put together a number of points here. Some of them have already been touched on tonight, but, you know, and just to comment on what another gentleman mentioned a moment ago, it's going back to the original Planning Commission and Chairman Elkins' final remarks. I mean, since when do we as a city approve something in fear of something worse? I mean, to me, it just makes sense that you review the project and approve it on its merits, and it either fits or it doesn't. And in this case, I don't see that it does. I guess the question is, would the city approve Cameron's Court without the East End commercial? It has such a small percentage of commercial to the overall project. Again, like someone else has mentioned previously, it still is a majority of apartments, high density. Again, it doesn't appear to fit what Leawood stands for. Leawood has a reputation for affluence and quality, high-end homes, just really nice living conditions, and you know, why would we want to change that? Why would we want to get away from that by putting in this huge apartment complex? Why can't we, you know, work with getting more residents, you know, or more single family, or even the duplexes or the brownstones sound like good possibilities, but let's have more owner occupied and less rental properties. You know, we want homeowners that are going to be there for years, enjoying the property, maintaining it, not people that are coming and going, maybe living there for a year or two at a time and then moving out. Let's build along the same lines that Leawood has been developed for many years. It may not be as profitable for the developer, but you know, there is a demand for luxury housing. We all know that. There could be more villas built like Tuscany. You know, we have good demand there. Things go on the market, they sell. You know, and to the point of a gentleman earlier, you know, a lot of people want to stay in Leawood, but there's not housing for them when they sell their big house. You know, where do they go? I think the opportunity is here to fill that need. And then to the commercial aspect of it, I know this has been talked about a lot tonight, but what happens if this project were approved on this basis, and let's say the demand's not there later down the road, what do you do then? The developer comes back and asks for an amendment to the plan. And what does he do? Put in more apartments? You know, it happens all the time.
Since you're really starting your timeline, we'll start the timer again for you, Mr.
Okay.
Perry. Go ahead.
Thank you. One thing I neglected to mention when we were at the planning meeting a couple weeks ago, you know, there's a commercial development that sits between Row and Mission, just south of 135th. I think you guys all know where it is. There's a couple of buildings in the entire development. That's been there for years. It hasn't been developed. So again, the commercial demand just doesn't seem to be there, and there's a lot of empty space all throughout the city, you know, commercial and, you know, retail and restaurants. So again, it just doesn't make sense to go this route for this project. And, you know, are we improving Leawood with Cameron's Court, or are we just improving the landowner and the developer's bottom line? I guess that's really the question in my mind. I respectfully and earnestly ask that you do not approve Cameron's Court as presented. We are in favor of development, but let's make sure it's development that fits with the Leawood standards that are already here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to name three next because I'm not sure one of them's here. Skip Quimby, Meg Holden, and Tom Schweitzer.
Thank you. Skip Quimby and my wife Danny James, who's also here. We live at 13287 High Drive. Many issues that residents may take exception with. Two stick out. Number one, density. I think that's been covered. I'll move on, which brings me to point number two. So what is Cameron's Court missing? Quite simply, Cameron's Court lacks the most important aspect of any mixed-use development, as described in the 135th Street Community Plan and the City of Leawood's Comprehensive Plan updated in 2019. Cameron's Court lacks a sense of place and identity, a heart that people throughout our city will be drawn to. The Cameron's Court plan that is currently on the table has no fundamental, goal-fulfilling, experiential reason for existing other than being a project that is all about money. Despite the changes made since the June version of the plan, which are, in fact, as ineffective as rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, the current plan still simply maximizes the developer's technical adherence to regulation and provides the city of Leawood with a larger tax base. There is no reason for those who don't live at Cameron Court to go to this 100-plus acre so-called mixed-use development that is actually nothing more than housing for 2,200 people. There are no reasons to visit, no gathering places spotted throughout the entire project, no parks or commercial districts, nothing that draws us there to enjoy and from which we can all then go home wanting to return for that experience again and again. That experience exists elsewhere in Leawood, but not at Cameron's Court. Residents of the surrounding communities to the north of Cameron's Court stand ready and excited to work with the developer and the city in a collaborative way to achieve what should be a common goal: the creation of something that will satisfy the developer's necessary financial return, reduce the planned density of population, and be based on a vision the governing body itself adopted several years ago. With a commitment to that kind of effort and relationship and collaboration, we residents who are here tonight could work with the developer, our elected representatives, and planning department, and do our part to help achieve something truly great. When you vote tonight, please do the right thing. It may not be what you came here to do, but it's the right thing to do tonight. Remand the current Cameron's Court plan back to the Planning Commission. Let's all work together and achieve the vision for this land that so many people worked so hard to create. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Quimby. Meg Holden. And I think maybe Meg Holden is not here, so Tom Schweitzer, and then we'll have Rachel Rubin.
Tom Schweitzer, 13209 High Drive, Leawood, Kansas, Wilshire Place subdivision. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has already said. I just kind of came up with some bullet points, just wrote down as the meeting progressed here. One thing, Mr. Rainier and his attorneys have spoken with this golden rule. I'm not an attorney and I don't pretend to be one, but I would think there was some language in that golden rule that maybe the neighbors should have some input on that. You know, if we come up with a feasible plan that the neighbors like, sure, maybe we can get on board with it, like everyone's goal is here. These interactive meetings that we all claim to have been nothing more than informative meetings that Mr. Odo's come back and said, this is our latest, greatest plan. What do you guys think? Without our input, zero input. One thing I've kind of taken back on was, and it's a comment Mr. Odo has made in one of these interactive, so-called interactive meetings, was the single-family homes. He has mentioned that some will be for rent, some will be for sale. My guess is the ones that don't sell go for rent. So I don't think we've got any guarantees from him on that part. One other thing that I think has kind of been swept under the rug too is the eastern portion. Mr. Odo says he's co-developing on that. I don't know how that falls into the mixed use language, but I think two developers sounds a little off, for lack of a better term. One thing I'd just like to say in summarizing, I think this 135th Street corridor plan, I would like to see it maybe updated. If that's a possibility of something, maybe we get an updated version for what maybe the citizens want. Times have changed, COVID's changed everything in everyone's part. So I just hope you all hear the voices in opposition and vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Rubin and then Rick Robinson.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Rubin. I live at 3105 West 132nd Street in Leawood. I live just down the street from the proposed Cameron's Court. I think I've been corresponding with the city attorney and with the council, and so I think you've seen my name. From the outset, I want to request respectfully that you deny this application. Oh, okay, sorry. I want to request that you deny this application. The developer, like other people have said, has not met with residents to discuss the plan. He has only come to residents after he has his plan submitted to the city. And then he comes to the Interact meeting and presents what he's already submitted to the city. And he takes some questions and answers them. Other questions he just chooses not to answer. And the people on the meeting were not able to see the questions. So we couldn't tell at the time what questions were being asked but not answered by the developer. I wanted to mention, just because nobody else has so far, there was a protest petition that was filed. And we've had discussions with the city attorney, and their position is that the petition wasn't just, or not justified, it wasn't accepted.
Valid.
It wasn't valid. Thank you. So leaving that aside, we had so many names on that petition. I think you probably know it is not easy to get people to sign a protest petition or to agree on any issue that comes before us. We had so much support for that protest petition. In addition, in the enclave at Cedar Point, that's a development that has 24 houses. It's a lovely development off 133rd. And they had 18 out of 24 residents sign a petition requesting that their HOA president sign the official protest petition. Now, she refused to do that, but to have 18 out of 24 homes in that subdivision sign, they each had their own sheet, they signed with names, addresses, and everything. That shows you how much opposition there is to this plan. We had the Wilshire Place Homes Association sign the protest petition. The developer has said he's worked with HOAs. It's not true. He's picked certain people that may be sympathetic to him or that he establishes a relationship with, and he does communicate with them, but not with anybody else. We would like an opportunity to develop something amazing in this location. Another Meadowbrook, another Mission Farms, something we maybe even haven't thought of yet. Leawood has been so thoughtful regarding our parks. We are all so grateful and fortunate to live in the city of Leawood. I mean, I'm grateful every day I get to walk my dog in Gezer Park. It's just beautiful. There's gardens that are maintained by the city. I mean, it's really just amazing. Ironwoods Park, another beautiful park. It has a theme. Island Park, it has a theme. People enjoy it. It brings people in from all over. There are no public parks in Cameron's Court, not one public piece of land. We have promises from the developer about art shows. And at the last meeting, he said he was going to hire a full-time person to run Chadwick Park. You know, it's less than an acre, and it won't have the backing of the city and the city services to ensure that all the residents get to enjoy it. It will be in private hands, and we will have no control whatsoever of that park. We would like to work with the developer. We want a public park. Like was said earlier with Price Chopper, that was a 22-acre development, and we got a 10-acre beautiful park that we all enjoy. This is 114 acres. One more thing before I forget. The eastern portion of the land is for sale. There's a for sale sign on phases 5 and 6. It's on state line. I have a picture I took a few days ago, offered by JCM. I don't know why that sign is still there. I thought maybe Mr. Odo and his company had an option on that property. He's definitely using the eastern portion to justify the mixed use. Why is there still a for sale sign by JCM Properties? That's phases 5 and 6, which will likely never happen. And yet we will have, if you pass this, we will have all these apartments, 2,500 people, et cetera. So please, respectfully, please deny this application. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Rick Robinson, Julie Kincaid, and Adam Brow.
My name is Rick Robinson. I live at 2216 West 131st Street, Leawood, Kansas, in the Enclave subdivision, which is a small community of 24 households that are good neighbors and, more importantly, good friends. Madam Mayor and council members, I'd like to try and create a visual for you, if I could, of the 133rd Street and State Line intersection and the proposed drive-through restaurant that is new to this plan on the southwest corner. 133rd and State Line is an intersection that is about 300 yards east of the only in and out entry and exit from our subdivision, which is Overbrook Road. The only way to get into that drive-through restaurant in the proposal from State Line, which is where people are going to see it from, is by the entry off of State Line at 134th Street or by the entry from 133rd Street and Kenneth Road. The entrance at 133rd and Kenneth is the only entry that somebody traveling west on 133rd can use. That entry is only 200 feet west of Overbrook, which I remind you is our only entry and exit. Those cars are going to be lining up to make a left turn into the Kenneth Road entrance, and we will be severely limited with our ability to enter and exit our subdivision. Moving Kenneth Road to the east in this new plan just exacerbated the problem. Here is the visual I'd like to use as an analogy. How many of you have taken your kids or grandkids to the Chick-fil-A at 135th and Metcalf? Cars are snaked around all over the place. It is a mess during the lunch and dinner hours. I would think that the Overland Park Planning Commission and City Council would kind of like to have that one back. Now directly across state line from this proposed fast food restaurant is a Quick Trip that is currently being built. We all know how great QTs are: cheap gas, cheap food, which means lots of traffic and hardworking people and their trucks everywhere. We don't have any control over what Missouri does across the state line, but we certainly need to understand the impact that it has on our community. And I want to say very emphatically, and no disrespect to Mr. Wilkes at all, you don't have to be a traffic engineer to figure out that 133rd and State Line intersection would turn into a total safety disaster under this plan. I checked with the Leawood Police Department to find out how many accidents have occurred at 133rd and State Line, and they reported that since January 1st of 2018, there have been 38 accidents. That is almost one a month, and that is only the southbound lane of State Line. Kansas City, Missouri responds to the northbound lane accidents, and I did not get their information. Now you add Quick Trip to one side, fast food restaurant on the other, that people cannot easily figure out how to get to, then that's a problem. The developer has created a moving target in the commercial section of this project. Interestingly, he had said publicly many times that he personally was not going to be involved in the commercial end of the development, that he was only doing the residential. However, at the last Planning Commission meeting, when he was asked if he was going to be the developer of the commercial end also, he responded yes. That's indicative of the confusion that has been caused about the commercial end, and that's what our concern is from the enclave. We don't know what is going to go in there, and we don't, even with this plan as it is, we still don't know, because everybody keeps saying that the commercial end is way off in the future. Don't worry about it. So, Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you for your service. It's a thankless job that you have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Julie Kincaid. Is Julie Kincaid here this evening? All right. Well, I'm just ensuring. I do have that possibility that she's not here, but so we'll go with Adam Brawl and Bill Johansson.
Hello. Thank you all for your time. Really appreciate you all being here. As he said, a very thankless job that you guys all have, so please let me reiterate the thanks that you guys all deserve. Really appreciate it all. There's nothing that I can personally say
Could you say your name and address,
sorry about that.
please?
Adam Brawl. I live at 13213 High Drive.
Okay, thank you.
There's nothing that I can say that is not already going to be said much more eloquently by a lot of my neighbors. I can't really dig into a lot of the facts and show you all the differences that we've seen and all the problems that we've seen amongst ourselves with how this is going to affect our community and our neighborhood specifically. So I do kind of want to zero in on, I guess, some of the mentalities that I've heard thus far. Congresswoman Kane, you said it very eloquently earlier that this should be something that should be worked on together. I know that's not really a novel concept, but it seems to get lost a lot these days. Honestly, I'm a little upset to hear that there's members of my community that are, for lack of a better term, harassing Mr. Odo and the development team. That's not us. That's not what we do. And I feel like I kind of need to apologize in that respect. There's no justification there for it. That being said, it was said earlier, change is hard. Change is difficult. It causes fear. It causes anxiety. And that's probably a reason for a lot of the lashing out. But at the same time, it being so hard should really kind of drive Mr. Odo and the development team to understand that this is going to be hard for them too, right? We are the ones that are going to end up living with this day in and day out for as long as we live in this community, which for me plans to be on a long time. I have 2 daughters that are very young, and I want them to grow up in this same house all the way through high school and everything, right? So it's going to be more impactful on me than it is on them. So I'm going to challenge them and challenge you all as well to make sure that this is the best possible thing we can get to, right? It needs to be that. Anything less than that is going to be failure and going to be disappointing on our part, and again, have this huge impact on us day in and day out. So I really encourage you to vote no on this current version of it, because I appreciate that it has gone from wherever it was in the beginning state to better, but going from an F to an F plus is still not something that we're going to want to give the thumbs up on, right? I really do encourage the Odo development team to just do that, do better. Be stronger, be more interactive, be more outgoing, get in touch with us and listen to us, and I promise you we will come back to the table with better ideas that you all will like as well, since you are also part of our community, right? It was also said to me that this is going to be a precedent that's going to be set for years to come. So if there's a yes tonight or a yes to something else here in the future that is not up to all of our standards, that is going to be something that's going to be the rubber stamp for those types of decisions every time going forward. So we want to be really careful about this. We've heard too many other things about how this process has been rushed along and too many other kind of sidetracks for us to just be like, okay, let's go ahead and do it because the next one might not be as good. We know that we can make the next one better, but we have to, as Congresswoman Kane said, just keep working together. I would love, love, love to see more output, more interest from the Odo team in hearing what we have to hear. The Interact meetings have not been enough. There needs to be more of that. I have not gotten a single email, a single phone call, a single mail in the mailbox, a knock on the door, none of that. And I would at least expect one of those to happen. I mean, I think you all would too if this was directly impacting a development that is 10 houses down from yours like mine is. Okay? Appreciate your time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brawl. Bill Johansson and then Ryan Brunton.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is William Johansson. I live at 13294 Fairway Street, and I'm Vice President of the Wilshire Place Homes Association. Our neighborhood is along a great portion of the north side of the proposed development and presumably the most impacted by it. Speaking tonight on behalf of our board, I'm here to relay the concerns of our homeowners from multiple neighborhood meetings and surveys conducted in 2020 and even more recently with the redesigned proposals in 2021. We acknowledge there have been recent changes to the plan, and several of these attempt to allay the concerns of Wilshire Place. However, some changes are worse than originally proposed in 2020. Our neighborhood's primary concerns are three: traffic, property values, and community amenities. On traffic, we have concerns about 133rd Street traffic, specifically about High Drive and 132nd Street that connects from 133rd to Mission. This is a cut through, and it's a road where many of our neighbors live, and they have driveways on which they enter and exit. It's a very busy street, and even without any additional residents in the area, it does need some level of traffic cessation. We're also concerned about the traffic study. The traffic study that was commissioned by the developer, we believe has some flaws in it, and that needs to be addressed. If this project is approved and we design a road system that's not at the capacity that it needs to be, it's going to be negative to the people who live here and the people that will be living there if we have a flawed system and a traffic infrastructure that won't support it. We're concerned about property values, especially along 132nd Street. If that becomes a busier road, that pulls down property values on that street, which pulls down nearby property values. On community amenities, this is a project that's going to increase Leawood's population by 3 to 5%. I would argue that Parks and Recreation should be here to speak about this and have some input on the impact of the project. This is pretty large, and relative to the city size, it should be addressed. We don't think this has enough around green area and parks and trails, and then that's been commented on by many other people here, so I'll leave that. As a neighborhood, we are opposed, and we hope you'll consider that. I'd like to quickly speak for myself. As on a personal note, my comment here is again around the traffic study. I think even if you support this project, you need to be sure these traffic projections are accurate, and if they are or aren't, that really should be addressed, because if we don't have the proper infrastructure built and in place, whether that's traffic lights, whether that's widening, whether that's whatever other things that are needed by traffic engineering, we're going to create something that's actually very detrimental to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johansson. Ryan Brunton and then Steve Durr. I think maybe Mr. Brunton might be on Zoom.
I am on Zoom, that's correct. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Ryan Brunton, and I live at 3144 West 132nd Terrace in Leawood, Kansas. I'm a resident in the Wilshire Place subdivision, which is the subdivision immediately north of the multifamily component of this proposed development. While there are many issues with the proposed plan, I'm going to focus on the two that are the most concerning. I don't want to spend time discussing whether this is a mixed-use plan. It isn't mixed use, and that is incontrovertible. What I do want to focus on is the two issues that have plagued this project from its inception, and how those two issues are now worse than they were when you fully evaluated this plan in December and January. Those two issues are an unnecessarily dense residential component on the western side and an inadequate buffer for the surrounding neighborhoods. In 2020, Mr. Odo presented the governing body with a version of his plan that included a 34-building, 662 multifamily unit project on the western portion of the property. At the public hearings in 2020 and 2021, governing body members remarked that Mr. Odo's plan was too dense. In fact, at the January governing body meeting, governing body members said that the project was nothing more than a, quote, sea of apartment buildings. We, the citizens of Leawood, certainly shared and continued to share that concern. Now let's look at the plan as it exists today. Instead of 34 apartment buildings and 662 units, Mr. Odo's western portion project now proposes 37 apartment buildings and 834 multifamily units. 834 multifamily units in the western project represents a 30% increase in residential density from the 2020 plan, and also represents closer to an 11.5 units per acre instead of Odo's claim of 8.05 units per acre. As was noted earlier tonight, the density of this project at its size is like nothing Leawood has experienced to date. This multifamily development intends to place 2,300 new residents on the site. And based on the 2020 census, that's a nearly 7% increase in the total population of the entire city of Leawood, all within a project area that's less than 1/5 of a square mile. With respect to the buffer, as was noted earlier tonight, Mr. Odo's 2020 plans included a true row buffer of single-family houses in the northwest corner of his project. That buffer was well received, and members of the governing body specifically requested that Mr. Odo, quote, extend the RP2 to, quote, provide more buffer and transition. Fast forward to today's plan, and it is indisputable that Mr. Odo has weakened the buffer by proposing a single row of homes in the northwest corner of his project. In total, Mr. Odo took the one portion of his plan that was universally liked, and he managed to turn it into a net negative. Mr. Odo's latest proposal doesn't even provide the buffer that was offered in his rejected 2020 plans. As we know, this land represents one of the last parcels of undeveloped land remaining in Leawood. I do not believe Cameron's Court, primarily a 76-acre multifamily complex, is truly the type of project envisioned by our city for its residents or for one of the last undeveloped pieces of land in the 135th Street corridor. The citizens of Leawood, particularly those residing in the surrounding neighborhoods, deserve better. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the governing body to deny this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brunton. Steve Durr and then Yelena Schmidova.
Steve Dewar, 2211 West 132nd Street. While I applaud the inclusion of the bike lanes, the bike hike trails, they are not good for road bikes. Road bikes are built for speed, long distance riding, and are meant to be ridden on the road. Comparing bike lanes to shared trails is like comparing apples to oranges. Shared trails are used for casual recreation. Bike lanes are all about being safe on the street. The developer claims the only bike lane eliminated will be where Chadwick and West High Drive exit onto 133rd. I think this shows Mr. Odo really doesn't understand how bike lanes are marked. I do have a picture here that if we can put that up. know if that shows up well or not. But to illustrate, I have a picture here of the intersection at 133rd and High Drive. The bike lane ends where the traffic lane begins to separate. This is called the taper. The taper continues into the left-hand turn lane, crosses the street, and then another taper before the bike lane resumes. In this particular intersection, that requires 600 feet to fully transition. That is not a small amount. The new Cameron's Court entrances for Chadwick and West High Drive will require 133rd to be restriped, eliminating 1,000 feet of the existing 1,250 feet of painted bike lane between Pawnee and High Drive. I got my figures from Mr. Klein's July update to the Leawood Bike Hike Committee, and I have that update here if anyone wants to see it. Of the 1/2 mile of Leawood Bike Loop between Pawnee and High Drive, there will be only 250 feet of marked bike lane. I find that unacceptable. Last December, I spoke to the governing body and presented numerous studies showing how important bike lanes are to everyone's safety. Not only bikes, but drivers and pedestrians alike have significantly fewer serious accidents when bike lanes are present, and here we are considering a plan that will remove bike lanes from the busiest biking street in Johnson County. Cameron's Court will add over 1,000 residential units. This will quadruple our density. What kind of traffic problems are we going to have then? On top of that, we're going to have the new Quick Trip and eventually the commercial area. You have been warned or told repeatedly that traffic is already a problem. This is only going to get worse. We will have new intersections, more left-hand turn lanes, creating more distractions, and we all know a distracted driver is a dangerous driver. Unless changes are made, the current Cameron's Court plan will make 133rd a much more dangerous street. Mr. Scoville told me the city plans on widening 133rd to accommodate through traffic, turn lanes, and bike lanes. This would not only restore our lost 1,000 feet, but would also allow for almost 2,500 feet of new bike lane. The problem is this won't happen for 5 to 10 years. So what does the city expect us to do for the next decade? If you know you have a problem, or you know a problem is going to occur, and you have a solution, you put the infrastructure in place first so the problem never becomes a problem. To do otherwise is gross negligence. Does the city want to be blamed when there's an accident? To have turned a blind eye when there was a remedy at hand? No one in this room should ever wonder, did I do everything I could to keep our streets safe? I am asking the council to reinstate last fall's stipulation that the developer help widen 133rd to accommodate a continuous left-hand turn lane and continuous bike lanes, and that it be done as part of Phase 1, or deny approval until such time as the city can adequately provide for the safety and welfare of its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durr. Yelena Schmidova and Sandy, looks like it's either Sandy Hurst or Judy Hurst. I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry. You're probably surprised. You called up Yelena Schmidova, and there are 2 people who showed up. We're husband and wife. So
my husband will talk, please.
Yeah.
All right, if you'll introduce yourself, please.
My name is Benjamin Kayat, Wilshire Place, 13249 High Drive.
And I'm Yelena Schmidova, the same address.
All right, thank you very much.
There were a lot of subjects being discussed prior to us. I would like to concentrate a little bit on a traffic problem or issue. I've been really impressed by analysis done by a person who spoke together with developer. And I remember last time when we watched a discussion between Planning Commission and developer, it was another discussion about traffic, and everybody was told that it looks fine, no problem, this is the result of our analysis. The deal is we both graduated from Engineering Institute, and we specialized in railroad signals and building roads and so on. So we know a little bit what we are talking about. We built the house brand new 16 years ago. It is on High Drive. So you take from Mission Road, you take 132nd, then it becomes High Drive, and then you're on your way to State Line through Wilshire Place. I personally call this route like hidden secret, unnamed small highway. I don't know for what reason. When we built our house, it was paradise. As far as traffic, no problem. Small kids running around, we didn't have any problem. Probably 5 or 6 years ago, we noticed quite few traffic going in both directions. I couldn't find an explanation first. I decided to take half a day off at work, sitting outside and just watching traffic going east-west, east-west. So many cars with Missouri license plates going towards Mission Road, and enough traffic with Kansas plates coming towards State Line. Can anybody give me an explanation? Why do they like so much this specific route and they're not taking 133rd Street? And I realized what was going on. If you have a common sense, why would I take, for example, 133rd Street from State Line towards intersection Mission Road and 133rd? We have elementary school. A lot of kids with parents going to school, a lot of cars. I don't like getting tickets, so why don't I take a shortcut? It's a real nice subdivision. You enter coming from State Line, enter on one side, go through, you're on Mission Road, no ticket, you're fine. Now, 133rd Street, one lane, going
You
in
can
one
have
direction.
her, you can start that again since you're the two of you.
We oppose this project, and we thank you for your considerations. We oppose this project with developing that we saw on TV. We are not first time here, and we sent couple emails with our explanation. So hopefully our
Request will be heard.
No, yes, thank you.
And I'm sorry, we're just expecting much more traffic going through Wilshire Place because people will have the same mentality. They don't like crossing nearby elementary school. They will come visit in our subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kayat. Is it, I have Sudi Hurst. I don't know if it's Sudi Hurst, and then Jenny Moore. So let the record show that Sudi Hurst is not here, and Jenny Moore. And after Jenny Moore, we'll have Max Galloway.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Moore. I live at 2212 West 131st Street in the enclave at Cedar Point with my husband, Mark McGrory. And I'm here tonight to address many of the concerns that you've already heard from many of our neighbors, so I'm going to cut this short. It's been more than a year since the Camerons Court proposal was first unveiled, and yet the overwhelming majority of neighboring residents, including my husband and myself, still do not support Mr. Odo's plan. And you've heard tonight, part of the reason for this opposition is the process so far has not allowed for neighbors of the proposed development the opportunity to really have meaningful input into the future of this land. And here's the thing, we are all realists. We know the land's going to be developed. We want it to be developed. We want it to be developed in a way that we can all be proud of and support, with a plan that lives up to Leawood's motto, which is a city growing with distinction. So like my fellow neighbors here and Councilperson Kane, I would respectfully request that the City Council remand the Camerons Court case to the Planning Commission with specific directions to engage specific directions to both the developer and city officials to engage in a process that enables all the stakeholders, and particularly the neighbors, to have input into the development of this land in a meaningful and positive way. And a couple of comments that I will make. For the record, I have never been notified of any meetings about this particular proposal other than the Interact meetings. And the kind of interaction that we need is very different from an Interact meeting. At an Interact meeting, a plan has already been proposed to the city, and so the developer simply at that point is marketing his plan. This interaction between neighbors and the developer and the city needs to happen before any new or revised plan is submitted to the city. And I particularly want to express my concern about the additional traffic along 133rd Street, because I walk along 133rd Street every day, and the traffic is rough already. And for those of us who live on the north side of 133rd Street, if we want to walk to the grocery store, we have to cross to the south side at some point because the sidewalk doesn't go through on the north side. So I would specifically ask that the city and the developer consider what can be done to help residents get across the street when there are going to be 2,500 additional car trips on 133rd Street per day. So for these reasons and for the many reasons that my neighbors have brought up, I would respectfully request that this Cameron's Court proposal be remanded to the Planning Commission, and that we all work together as neighbors with the developer and with the city to come up with a plan that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Max Galloway and then Chad Summers.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all, thank you for what you guys do. Like everybody else said, I know it's a thankless job, and I appreciate it. My name is Max Galloway, and my family and I bought a house in Leawood South we currently reside in at 12729 Overbrook Road about 6 years ago. We looked at houses all over the Kansas City area for over 2 years. During this time, we lived in apartments costing roughly $1,500 to $2,000 a month in both Lee Summit and in Overland Park, ironically off 135th Street. We frequently saw that, sporadically there'd be 8 to 10 people living in 1 to 2 bedroom apartments. Despite not being allowed to do that, I brought it to the attention of the managers. Nothing was usually ever done as long as the checks cleared. I have real fears that with the wonderful Blue Valley School District we have here in Leawood, the same thing could come to fruition, possibly. This would blow away the density and traffic calculations, which I'd have to look at, admittedly. I'm sure was done during COVID, so I'm not sure what, how true those actually are and once we come out of this phase. I don't want to beat these points any further because I know there's a lot of people that have said it probably more eloquently than I have. But with 7% more in such a small area, are we sure what this is going to do to our infrastructure? Our water pressure, the roads, all that other stuff. I'm not sure that's been addressed. Maybe it has. I apologize if I'm bringing it up and it has. I'm okay with apartments, but I feel like I think if I do the quick math, around 80% of the area being done by apartments as opposed to something with actually bought and paid for where there's some pride and ownership. That bothers me, along with the density. And then my final point would be if you look outside this room and even above, so far, and I may be wrong with the people after me, almost everyone is unanimously against this. Your constituents are speaking. They don't want this. That is number one to me. I'm sorry, I'm passionate about it. It really bothers me that something can get this far and possibly be passed when the constituents are unanimously against it. That bothers me. I don't want it. It's not what I moved to Leawood for. With that, I respectfully hope that you decline this option that he's putting forward. I'm okay with looking at future options, but this isn't it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Galloway. I think the next couple are both Zoom, Chad Summers and Matthew Winston. Oh, you're here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good, thank you.
Despite the counsel of my wife, who suggested I do this via Zoom. I
Oh,
thought it
well,
would be
it's-
important to come in
We're
today.
we're always glad to
person.
see you in person. So if you'll introduce yourself, please.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. My name is Chad Summers. I live at 2608 West 131st Street. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak live in front of an actual decision-making body. Over 16 months, we've had lots of opportunities to talk to folks who actually don't get to make this decision. I'm glad to be here with you all tonight. I'm going to try to keep this quick, but I'm really going to bifurcate my comments into two sections because I'm a pragmatist. And while I want you all to vote against this proposal, I recognize that you have the option to vote to approve it. In the event that you vote to approve this plan, please consider the following 6 stipulations. Number 1, permanently restrict the use of the land in the eastern portion of this development in perpetuity to the ratios that we are being pitched today. Protect us. That math is being used to justify this proposal. Make sure we end up with nothing worse than that. Number 2, collect every penny of fees and taxes and assessments that the code will allow. The developer's own pitch talks about the revenue that it creates for the city. If the revenue creation is a justification for approving something that very clearly does not fit in Leawood, why would we give up a single red cent? Number 3, stipulation 2D6, per the city recommendations, please force the applicant to widen 135th Street at their expense. Stipulation number 37, maintain the joint and several liability language in the staff recommendations to give the community a backstop. Protect us. The developer has asked you to forgive them of this responsibility, but again, where is that money going to come from if it doesn't come from the folks who are pitching the development right now? Lastly, number 5, the South Leawood Bike Trail. The city has gone to significant expense and time to develop this. This project will definitely disrupt the portion that's been done along 133rd Street, should it be approved. Make the developer connect that. We've already paid for it. We're already invested in it. Let's not approve a plan that tears that in two. You have the opportunity tonight to really affirm 2 really important commitments. The first is your commitment to the city of Leawood. On Mayor Dunn's own homepage, it says very clearly that the primary focus of this body is to help Leawood continue to grow with distinction. You can look at Webster's, you can look at Oxford, you can even look at dictionary.com. And distinction is defined as unique, individual, distinguished. The applicant's own comments tonight inherently counter what's on Mayor Dunn's own homepage when he said that this project exists in Lenexa. And he even apologized for admitting that. So you have an opportunity to affirm your commitment to the city and its stated mission. But more importantly, you have an opportunity to affirm your commitment to your constituency. In your 800-page packets, 400 plus pages of those packets are letters and emails and comments from your constituency asking you to deny this application. Use the opportunity that you've had tonight. Put the community at ease and affirm for them that you are committed to this constituency. Thank you very much for your time. Please vote no on this proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Summers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Matthew Winston, and then John Kelly. And it says these are both on Zoom, but
Yes, I am here, Matthew Winston.
okay, great, thank you.
Matthew Winston, 3289 West 132nd Place, obviously Leawood, Kansas. Truly, thank you for your time and efforts. I did try to pare this down from 5 minutes, but I think I'm still just over 3.5 minutes, so pardon going a little bit longer than your 3 minutes. Mayor Dunn.
Hi,
Mention-
Kathy.
Sorry, we have a little bit of background noise there. Somebody's
Come
not.
on.
All right, let me try again. So I live in Wilshire Place, as I mentioned.
Uh-oh.
I think you're on mute now.
Yeah, I think you're muted. There you go.
How about now?
That's better. Yes.
All right. I have 30 seconds remaining, right? No. So if you didn't catch at the beginning, I do have about 3.5 minutes. So I apologize for going longer, and now I'm going even longer because I'm starting over. So I don't know what you missed. I live Wilshire Place, and I back up to 133rd Street. I have a view out of my living room, kitchen, and bedroom of the development area. So very close proximity to this. This has been my family's home for 16 years. My comments tonight will focus on a different perspective than most, and a focus I believe that has been forgotten by some. The perspective I am offering is respect. First, I'll discuss is respect for the city of Leawood's process. Much of the anxiety and anger from the residents of Leawood are related to a misunderstanding of the process that although clearly defined, is misunderstood by residents. People get the impression they are able to demand anything they desire, and the city's governing body must comply. Others believe a stand of no development, or similarly all single-family homes, or some other kind of project that really isn't market or feasible to the current day and age, that they can just ask for that and it should be a realistic outcome. Some misunderstand public parks and the commissioning of land for public parks. In the end, the thoughts of many who have been vocal do not respect the process followed by the city, especially when weighed against landowners' rights, LDO's corridor plan, tax benefits to the city and its residents, and ultimately what's truly best for the residents of Leawood. Secondly, it's been sad to read and hear the aggressiveness towards the landowner and developer. Mr. Rainier has owned this land longer than many have even lived in Leawood. He has paid taxes both personally and through owned businesses and created jobs in this city. I don't know him, but I do appreciate his commitment to the city. The same comments about personal and business contributions apply to Rick Odo. Some have said Rick hasn't been working with the residents, and I take actually great offense to this. I bring to your attention just the opposite and a stellar example of what working with a developer looks like. The Enclave, led by Julie Kincaid, a community of 24 homeowners, reached out and met with Rick and his team on several occasions to the benefit of the Enclave. They may not have received all of their goals, but they certainly influenced the current plan to their desires. The second example are the changes that you, the governing body, asked for in the last council meeting. Changes were made, again, maybe not all of them, but many were. Those who claim Rick has not been open are misleading you, or they are asking for impractical development. In early 2021, a group of just 40 Wilshire Place residents, all were invited, only 40 showed up, met without the developer present. That group, and I was at that meeting, determined that there would not be an effort to meet with Odo Development. And I'm going to repeat that there would not be a meeting to meet with Odo Development, but instead they would let the outcome be determined by the city governing body. Rick called another meeting about a month ago. Only 14 residents showed up. Lastly, I stated in past that I do have a personal relationship with Rick Odo. The personal connection I have with Rick, although seen to some as a concern, in this case should be seen as a deeper level of understanding of him as a person. I am happy to say I know Rick Odo, and he is a very good human being. In Wilshire Place, if Wilshire Place was making an effort to work towards resolution, wouldn't it make sense to leverage a known relationship with the developer? To wrap up this point, residents need to hear from this governing body that you are continuing to work with this developer, and the residents should be encouraged to do the same thing, for real this time though. The last area of respect I'll address is that respect of you, the governing body, and the planning commission, and the city staff. I give you my respect. The number one comment with this development is traffic. I trust you have a plan to address the traffic that will come from any development, and you will react appropriately to the traffic that is inherently a result of any development when farmland is turned into mixed-use space. Secondly, I trust you understand traffic levels would increase if this development gravitates any more towards the corridor plan, which allows for even more density and therefore traffic. All residents of Leawood agree that that less traffic is better. Third, the current consolidation of commercial towards the east end and residential towards the west end is the right plan. Call it horizontal, whatever you want, but the residents of Leawood who accept development accept this as appropriate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. We'll have John Kelly and then Rick Brock.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. This is John Kelly. I live at 12800 Howe Drive in the Waterford subdivision. I'm serving as the president of the Waterford Homes Association, but none of my comments are part of the association's views or business. This is a huge project and it carries a lot of risks for the city of Leawood. Mr. Odo has told us many times, this is what the market wants. But it's hard to predict what the market will want 10 years from now or even 20 years from now, which is what it's going to take to complete this project. As we've seen with other mixed-use developments, it takes a lot of time to develop. And so we don't know exactly how it's going to work out. There also is there's been expressed that different entities might develop the east side and the west side of the project. Maybe not, but we're not sure who's going to do what when. And so that's a risk. This project is setting precedents for other projects on the vacant land along 135th Street. And so to bend over backwards for this residential density is probably not the right thing. This plan does not provide a major employer or a designated commitment anchor a commercial client. There's no assurances that any of this commercial, retail, or any of this will really take off. And like I say, other developments have major employers. At Mission Farms, there's a hotel, there's a medical facility, there's several restaurants. It's the same thing with Park Place. But there's no commitment yet from a commercial company. And the last thing I'm going to say is I don't understand what's going on with 133rd Street. Many residents have said we want traffic calming. We want to reduce the effect of traffic. And the stipulations right now require 133rd Street to be widened, to put in left-hand and right-hand additional lanes. And that is only going to serve to make 133rd Street a faster street. And there's no traffic calming plans for Wilshire Place or Greenbrier or Leawood South or Waterford. There should be a stoplight at the High Drive intersection from Mr. Odo's development. There should be there could be a traffic circle, and there should be some plans for traffic calming in the northern neighborhoods. Thank you for your service. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I need a motion to continue this meeting for another 30 minutes, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Larson, second from Mr. Hazeltine. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, we're continued. Thank you. We now have Rick Brock and then Bob Pollock.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Rick Brock. I live at 13212 High Drive in Wilshire Place. And I'd like to request that you deny Mr. Odo his application. I feel that there is too much density to his project, which is basically going to be in mostly apartments. And there's very little home ownership, single-family homes there. I'm afraid that the traffic on High Drive will be increased and throughout the area on 135 and 133. I firmly believe that in common sense, I think that the Chadwick little park that he has, I think what he wants to have food courts and all sorts of entertainment there is going to add to population. I just think it's going to be hard to find parking places. I don't think that the high-rise apartments that are going to be located are in a proper place. I think that they are so centrally located that like their elevation is going to be up too high. I think they need to be relocated somewhere where we can't really see them that well. A lot of our previous speakers have sent a lot to us already about things, and I really appreciate the time. I won't waste your time, but thank you all very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Bob Pollock, and then the final person tonight is Kathy Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Dunn and council members. I am Bob Pollock, resident of Leawood South, 12300 Mohawk Lane. And I do back up to 123rd Street as well. I have a very busy side street. I'm on a corner lot of Overbrook. You may know my neighborhood has 558 single-family homes. In addition, we have roughly 200 townhomes that access our egress-ingress points. And we have a very, very busy golf course. I see absolutely no traffic problems in my neighborhood personally. I live on the corner. I see most of the traffic coming to the golf course. We have 5 points of egress, 2 on 123rd, 2 on Mission, and 1 on State Line. 3 of those carry probably 70% of that traffic, and I am on one of those corners. I don't see this development that Mr. Odo has proposed creating any more traffic than what my neighborhood does. So I think it was appropriate that the 60 minutes, I don't know if you saw it, but the 60 minutes piece came through last night, and it talked about the impact of social media, and specifically it focused on the misinformation that's conveyed and the impact that it has on everyone. This pales in comparison to that issue, but it is pertinent. I know some of you are on Nextdoor. You may be aware that a lot of the dialogue that has surrounded this debate, I'm going to call it a debate, for many, many months, years, has been focused on Nextdoor. I have been what I thought was a lone ranger. It was good to hear Matthew Winston speak before me because I thought I was going to be the lone ranger. But I've participated in a number of those conversations, as well as reading all of the minutes where I can't participate in your meetings. I can tell you that there is a lot of misinformation being conveyed on Nextdoor, and I think to give those the benefit of the doubt, I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just misinterpretation. Tonight, I am almost last, as you know. Tonight, I've heard equally an equal amount of misinformation. One that stands out, the east piece of parcel that has a for sale sign for the last 2 weeks. That for sale sign's been up there forever. It's not 14 acres, it's 41 acres. There are any, is that 3 minutes?
Evidently.
Okay, didn't seem like it. But at any rate, I'd like for you to consider that, and I trust that the council will evaluate what the Planning Commission has provided you, because I personally feel they've done an excellent job. I'm a numbers guy. We're talking about 114 acres. We, last year, collected $45,708.65 in personal property tax revenue from this land. Personal property tax represents 41% of your revenue. If you look at the 75 acres, which is phase 1 through 4, we collected 29,649. That's 75 acres. I'd like to isolate my discussion here to just that western side. I'm going to use Villa Milano as a reference point. It's 24.5 acres. You collect $762,000 for Mr. Odo's development. That represents an average of $2,700 per unit. If you do some simple math, and I know Mr. Odo presented this for the entire property, that represents roughly $2.5 million in revenue that this project will generate just in personal property tax.
Mr. Pollock, if you could wrap it up, please.
I will.
Others tried to stay to the time frame.
Understood, but there were others that went over too, and I am almost done. So you're talking about a 10% increase in property taxes based on the current projection of $25 million. And the only other thing that I'd like to comment on is the fact that there's been a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt cast about crime, about our school system, about property values, and about traffic. I think a lot of that is very emotional. I understand, but if people will just look at the alternatives, you know, if you're not going to accept this, what are the alternatives that you propose? You know, I've seen anything from make it a park to turn it into a water park. And come on, who wants to live on 135th in a single family home? Something has to happen. I don't want retail. Everyone's concerned about traffic. You put retail in there, any of the other mixed-use developments, traffic is going to be exponentially more than what they're going to get with Mr. Odo's proposal. Again, thank you for your consideration. I would recommend that you approve this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pollock. And Kathy Kelly.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Kelly, 12800 Howe Drive in Waterford Subdivision. I'm a 21-year resident of Leawood, always in Waterford. I've served as the president of Waterford for, past president now, 6 years. I've worked very hard to keep our neighborhood beautiful, viable, connected. I'm here to ask you to deny this application for rezoning. Many of my reasons are similar to what we've talked about already. It's a faux mixed use. I believe it's going to diminish the quality of life for those of us currently living in the area. I do have some safety concerns. In Waterford, we have a large central fountain. We get a ton of cut-through traffic that comes from 133rd through Wilshire Place. It goes up 132nd, or it comes down Glenfield. And we've already, about 10 years ago, we asked the city to put in crosswalks at our fountain, which they did. And the reason for that is we had a child almost hit by a car there. So increasing that in our very walkable community is going to be a safety issue. But what I want to focus my comments on is something that hasn't been touched on. This is not a thoughtful design. Recently, I had the occasion to go to Silo Restaurant at I-35 and 87th Street to meet some friends from Lawrence. I was shocked to be driving by a clone of what we can be expecting at 135th. The high-rise apartments are there. You have hard-edged design, corridors that are more like what I would expect to see in downtown Chicago. It's just not conducive to our our area. It's not a thoughtful design, it's not an original design. And that, tonight I heard that Villa Milano estate homes are being repurposed for the estate homes. I would think we deserved a thoughtful design that considered the surrounding communities and the landscape and responded to that. So I do feel the design is particularly disappointing on this very special piece of property. With that, I thank you for your time, and I ask you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kelly. That concludes our residents who've signed up to speak this evening. So now we will allow the applicant's response for up to 15 minutes. I don't know if he needs that long, but Mr. Odo, are you still here?
I bet he is.
Mr. Holland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Curtis Holland again with the Polson Law Firm. I think there's going to be a couple of us speaking in response a little bit. I'll speak to just what I heard tonight, and we'll hear from the others what they might want to say or do. I mean, I heard a lot of folks upset, and I'm going to take this off, with the plan and with the fact that maybe there wasn't enough interaction with the neighbors, with the residents, and that all would be right and all would be good if we could just all get together in a little room and hug and talk over a plan and work it all out together. And I'm not saying that that may not work. I'm not sure how we can get together in a room with, there's not just 30 people, there's probably, more. And I appreciate those comments, I really do. But we did follow the rules. Maybe not everybody likes the rules, but we did have 3 interact meetings. They were interactive. Yeah, we presented the plan, but we also answered questions from all the residents. We didn't hide any questions and didn't answer any questions that were asked. We answered all of the questions. So I know there's some resentment, if you will, by the residents that there wasn't enough interaction, but I would tell you that I attended all of those meetings, and I know Mr. Odo had several separate other meetings with the HOAs where he invited folks to come, and you heard some of that testimony here tonight. And I'd love to be able to sit in a room with ever how many people there are and work it all out. But again, I didn't hear a consensus about what everybody wants there. We heard single-family homes. We heard public parks. We heard, let's have more retail. This isn't true mixed use. And on the other hand, there's complaints about traffic and too much traffic, which was the other big issue I heard tonight, was the traffic along 133rd Street. And if we did everything that was in the 135th Street Community Plan, just like it's laid out there, and which is a document that everybody in this room voted on, I think. Not sure everybody voted yes.
We voted to accept it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
We
you
did
did.
not give it up or down vote on it.
Yes, sir. And I know that when we started this process, that was the strong suggestion, that we follow that plan, correct?
True.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not all, as you know, you're an attorney, it's not all been codified, but.
No, I get that, but we did our very best. Mr. Oda and his team did their very best to bring back a plan. It looks very different than what we started out with. And, we're closer, I think, than we were when we started this. But at the end of the day, we have to get to a point where hopefully it's acceptable to you all. It may not be acceptable to all of the residents and all of the neighbors who live here and have strong opinions about it, and that's fair. But I would remind you that we do meet the LDO. We do meet the 135th Street Community Plan. We actually have a planning staff recommendation for approval. The 135th project or 135 project to the south never had a staff recommendation for approval. never had a planning commission recommendation for approval. We have both of those here tonight. And so, that speaks to the effort that Mr. Odo undertook to bring forth a plan that by staff's own, support and recommendation does meet those guidelines and meets the LDO, rather. And so there has been a little bit of misinformation. I know the numbers aren't always easy to understand. I've heard the term or the number thrown out tonight that there were 900 apartments. There's not. There's 766 apartments. The density is 8.05. That's all true. That's half of what would be allowed in the MXD, which is 15, which is over 1,700 units on the same land. So I don't know how this is all going to end up getting squared away. I mean, I hear people say, we understand there's going to be development, and I know that you all understand that Mr. Rainier has the right to sell and have his land be developed. But it has to get approved and sort of moving forward, and I don't know where that goes from here exactly. We put in the grid streets, we put in Chadwick Park, we did move buildings to save trees, not getting much credit for that, I guess. We do have park areas. It's not Mission Farms, it's not Park Place. Those places are different, but they also have 4-story buildings right across from $1 million homes. So it's not like it can't work. Frankly, these 4-story buildings are close to 400 feet away from those homes. It's twice as the distance that you saw in some of those other projects. So I guess I would close with that. Again, just to remind you that we do meet the LDO and do meet the 135th Street Community Plan. We have a traffic report that talks about traffic on 133rd Street. People may not believe it, but it's been vetted by your own staff and vetted by Olson Associates, who was hired as a third-party consultant to double-check the traffic. And so we think that we're in compliance with that. And with that, I would turn it over to whoever wants to speak next.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holland.
Bob Rainier, owner of the ground. Jim, I'm going to talk to you. I can remember us, you run into each other at a Chamber of Commerce meeting or something like that, and she said, why can't you do something with that ground on 135th Street? It's been sitting there vacant forever. And I took that to heart. Frankly, I'm getting older. To be honest, I don't even own the property anymore. It belongs to my kids. But I want to do something with that ground. I think I probably have a right to do something with that ground. But the process, this whole process has been concerning to me. I'm going to stand back and I'm going to give a lot of credit to Mark Klein. He worked very hard with us. I mean, every time we came in, he would come back and say, this is what you need to do. You need to hit this goal, or you need to go this direction. We got really good direction from him, so I'm very appreciative of that. But I will tell you, there's a certain portion of the comments tonight were not constructive. I mean, they don't want anything. They want soybeans, and I don't know if that's what all of you want, soybeans. That's what you're going to have unless we can figure out a way to work together. I mean, and believe me, Jim, I get back to my comment. Copian and Brooks, Van Trust, Block, talk to Kessinger Hunter, North Point, talk to every one of those people. No one, for whatever reason, has an interest in doing anything with that piece of ground. It's a hard piece of ground to do something with. And again, the other comment I really want to make sure that you hear from me is that Rick Oda's a good man. He's I've enjoyed working with him. He's a person that has character. He builds great developments. Nobody's going to say anything negative about the developments that he does. He's trying to do a good job. He's trying to do some variety. We talked about all the different types of different ways to call apartments apartments. I mean, these are all different types, styles. This is a really interesting neighborhood. I think this could be a really nice development for Leawood. But if it's not this one, we're going to need your help to get us there. And I'm not exactly sure what that road is. I have no idea what that road is, to be honest with you. After tonight, I mean, there's a chasm here between what's feasible and buildable and something you would be proud of and what I've heard tonight. So I'm really at a loss. I really am at a loss to try to figure out where to go from here. But I know it's going to take this body. Obviously, this body has the ultimate decision. And it's going to take some really strong thought on this. And again, to be honest with you, I don't know where the road is. I really don't. But I'm sure that Rick and I are going to have more conversations and try to figure out if there is an appropriate road. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Renier.
Sorry to make this real brief. I do want to remind everybody that we have an LDO. We meet the LDO, we meet the 135th Street corridor. We're the first person ever to meet both those conditions and have planning staff approval and have the staff approval and planning staff approval. No one's ever been able to do that on this corridor in the last, I believe, 12 years. We followed every rule there was. We did everything we could to incorporate good ideas. We incorporated feasible ideas. You asked Mr. Rawlings, what ideas did I not do? Like I told you, things that I deemed that aren't financially feasible. I can't make this all residential. I was told originally the RP2 is not an acceptable use in MXD, so we removed that part. We incorporated every idea there was. We met every goal put in front of us, and no matter what I put in front, some of the residents kept wanting more, and then more, and then more. And I can't keep giving, because it all started with just give us a little bit nice buffer along 133rd, give us some green space, offset the streets. Well, it's like, well, I got that, so I need more. And this is how I feel some of the interacts went. And then they asked for more park space. Well, I'm giving you some, but I can't give you that much. And then the bike lane, we have bike lanes. We've worked with staff, and he'll tell you, Mr. Clement will tell you, we have the throats going through the 2 or 3 drives out onto 135th Street, onto 133rd Street. We'll have bike lanes going through them. We already said we'd work with them on that, and he's signaling yes. We have pedestrian crosswalks planned where staff tells us to put them. We're widening the streets. We're doing all the things they asked for so that we can have traffic that'll flow well. And I think we have worked well with everybody that gave us fair request. We only have 776 for-rent apartments. The rest is for-sale condos, homes. I don't know how you plan when a developer comes in here with half the allowable density of apartments, the minimum amount of retail, the minimum amount of office, and someone says that that's still a little too dense. And I appreciate that you're looking at the whole instead of breaking it down by, that's why we look at units per acres. If this was 5 different complexes, you would end up with 14, 15, 1,700 apartments. You'd end up with 1 million square feet of office and retail each if they could get that many that much filled. They probably won't. This is a very viable community that I respectfully ask for your approval. I can go on and discount a lot of things said, but in final, I don't know how a developer does something other than half the density and following all the rules and then not get approved. That's why North Point, Block, and every other developer, major developer, has not wanted to work here because they didn't feel as anything would be passed. I really hope that I can be the first one to get something large scale like this passed so that we can continue to grow Leawood in a very well-thought-out method. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Odo. Now we're ready for council discussion, but Mr. Lambers, since you came in, are you wanting to say something? Or are you just here to observe?
I'm just here to facilitate a conversation for next steps, that's all.
All right, well, we have 5 minutes left on this continuance, and then we can certainly continue again. So I'm going to open it up for Mr. Hasseltine.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I looked at this plan and, you know, it's supposed to be mixed use, and I understand the point made by the residents that there's not a blend. You know, it's kind of separated. I mean, this is 98% residential, and then all of the other stuff is over here. And I understand that's not the intention of the 135th Street community plan. But if we don't pass this, 2 questions. What's going to go in its place? And how long is it going to be? There, you know, and they said it several times, it complies with the LDL, complies with the 135th, the spirit of the 135th quarter plan. Mr. Odo even contacted the school district, and their assistant director of planning said that it's not going to be an issue for Mission Trail. And, you know, I know this is something that a lot of people don't want to hear, but there's a reason we haven't had very many applications along 135th Street corridor. I mean, if you look at this, you know, we've got 3 remands here over a period of a year and a half, and I've heard talk about remanding it again. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a sign to me that what we're doing is not working. So, if not this, what? You know, Mr. Odo has been grew up in Leawood, is currently a resident of Leawood. I mean, I don't know where he lives, but I'm guessing it's not too far from this site, and I'm guessing it's pretty close. So, I really think we need to move forward with this. And, you know, I've been doing this, I've been sitting on the council for what's 15 years, and I was on the planning commission a few years before that. In every controversial plan I've seen, I've heard, oh my God, the traffic's gonna be awful. Oh my God, our property values are gonna go down. Well, guess what? That hasn't happened in a single application that I've been a part of during my time on the planning commission and this body. So, you know, Mr. Odo has a reputation for basically being the best at luxury apartments, is what I'm told, in Kansas City, or at least in Johnson County. So I'd really like to you know, move forward on this. I mean, it's not perfect, but ask yourself, well, what's going to go in its place?
I'd like to have a motion to extend another 30 minutes, please.
So moved.
Motion from Ms. Larson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Harrison. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. More discussion, more thoughts. Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. James, I just have to respectfully disagree, but since you asked the question about where does he live, I'll tell you that I know that Mr. Odo lives in Leawood in a very exclusive gated community. I think the most posh that we have. If we don't pass this, what do? We tweak it. And I'm thrilled with the evolution of this plan since it first came to us. I think this is infinitely better than it was. Thank goodness we've remanded it back to the party, not just to the planning commission, but to the developer. He's made great improvements, and I think he did, in many cases, listen to some of our requests. I still think there's some room for improvement, and I think that it isn't a waste of anybody's time to get this right. We have one shot. Councilwoman Kane has said this many times, and I absolutely agree. We have one chance to get this right. We can't undo it. We can't claw it back. So I hope that we aren't going to make a decision because we're afraid of how long this will take or afraid of what's next. I do think some clarification also needs to be made for the homeowners who asked about the for sale sign. I know that JCM is that Mr. Rainier's business, right? So he has the right to have signs up. He's trying to find, am I correct in thinking that he's trying to find people to develop that Phase 5? If I could get a head nod from somebody who would know better. I don't think it's a concern that there are for sale signs.
It is his property. It's Johnson County Management.
Right.
Which is Mr. Rainier's
So that makes
ownership.
sense.
Answer that question? I meant
Sure.
to answer that question, and I apologize for barging in.
Oh, that's fine.
But, hey, if you don't approve it tonight, it's still for sale. That is my confidence in getting this deal done. Now, the reality is that sign brings Rick and I possibilities for people. He's got a grocery that is talking to him about it. So that sign just means that the property's available for development. That's all that sign means. There's another sign on 135th Street, by the way. There's two signs there. It's a ridiculous argument, in my opinion.
I just wanted clarification for the homeowners that brought it up.
Okay.
Right. But I do have a question about the assisted living facility, and I'm curious to know if that's a proposed suggestion. We hope that someday there might be something like that in there, or we actually have a plan for this to 100% that will be an assisted living facility. I don't know how that works with regard to this sort of development. So I would appreciate some
Well,
clarification.
those are proposed, but until it happens, I mean, that's like Phase 5 and 6. So, Mr. Klein, if you have a different comment.
No, actually, you're absolutely correct, and it does require a special use permit as well, so.
Right.
Okay, so it's proposed. We would have to agree to a special use permit. I understand it would be years down the road. I understand that. But it could also be something completely different in 5 years.
Well,
Am I
if it's
correct?
approved, it would have to come back for an amended plan.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Kane.
Piggybacking on what Mrs. Harrison just said, first of all, for all the homeowners, it is a privilege for us to serve up here, and most of us have double-digit years of volunteering and serving this community, and it is our privilege. And sometimes it's a whole lot more fun. Tonight, it's a very serious and important decision, and I wouldn't use the word fun tonight, but it's why we do it. We're all dedicated servants to the city, and like I said, many, many years of service up here. I have inordinate amount of respect for Mr. Rainier, for Mr. Odo, for our city staff, for our city attorney. I have enormous respect for all of our colleagues, my colleagues up here. But I also have an enormous amount of respect for the neighbors. And I beat it over and over and over up here, if you ever listen to me, about the process, respecting the process, respecting the process. And the process is working. You've seen it in front of you. This is the fourth iteration. The fourth iteration is light years ahead of the first one. But yet the fourth iteration has an increase in the number of units. We go from 34 apartment buildings to 37 apartment buildings. We go from 662 multifamily units to 834 units, if I've got my numbers straight. There's something in there, something of the sort. That's a 30% increase in the number of units. Do I think that part of this iteration is better? Do I? No. What I see is the opposition has gone up as well. They used to have the Enclave in full support, was one of the few they had in full support, and the Enclave, from what I understand, has pulled their support. The fundamental problems I've mentioned before, is the transition and the buffer has gone down from the first iteration. We had a double row of single-family homes. That's gone way down. I mentioned it before that the only 4-story buildings, except for one teeny-weeny one in Phase 6, is all on the west side. So that doesn't make any sense as far as a fundamental process or a fundamental part of the 135th Corridor Review Study. One thing that I do appreciate is the increase the number of ownership properties. I hope as we continue to talk, and I do hope we continue to talk, is the number of ownership products keep going up. But we are, make no mistake here, we are setting a precedent. We are setting a precedent. I heard Mr. Holland, I believe, was one of the first things he said, which should scare the bejesus out of me, is that this is increasing the traffic by 20,000 trips. This is generating traffic of 20,000 trips, where, if I understand, again, I could be misunderstanding some of these numbers, but they were anticipating 40,000 increased trips for this 135th corridor study, or corridor in Leawood. Well, if 20,000, half of them are coming from what is not half of 135th corridor, then if you're not seeing red flags, I don't know what else should be causing red flags. I take great exception to some of the language I've heard tonight from, both sides, really, to be honest. But I take great exception to the language, especially about we're never going to get the residents to agree. We can't get them all in the same room, la-di. That, again, goes back to the basic premise, is the process. I think, and we've already agreed, this was months ago, we were going to revisit the 135th Corridor Review Study. We're going to do that. It needs to be done. That thing started in 2008. We pride ourselves in this city of getting a plan. The whole town center area was a plan that took us from a bedroom community to this viable city that we are, not solely dependent on a residential real estate tax. That was thoughtful, logical planning. Could we, back in the late 80s or early 90s, when we started that process, could we have anticipated that we'd have AMC, that we'd have Park Place? Heck, no, we couldn't have in any way, shape, or form anticipated what's going to come 30 years down the road, just like we can't. When we started this 135th Corridor Study, we did the best we could. We had 8 million interactions. We did it all. We did the best we could. Is it perfect? Clearly not. And you throw a little COVID on everything, and everything has changed, right? So now, everything has changed on how we see retail, how we see commercial, and how we view our homes. Our homes and how we're handling it and working from homes. Everything has changed. Everything has changed. And that 135th Street corridor needs to change, and it's on the docket. It's on the docket for us to review and us to change. So I don't think we need to be married to that thing. It's not codified. It is only a study, as we've said multiple times tonight. I circle back. I appreciate them working with the staff. I appreciate Mr. Klein and all those other initiatives. But my brain is just saying, warning, warning, warning. We're trying to force something into this last bastion of Leawood based on a plan that started in 2008, and we all agree needs to be changed. So I think the only thing that's going to save us right now and not set this awful precedent, in my opinion, is that we slow down, we continue talking, and we work together to move this forward. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. I'm grateful. Take a look at what's happened along 135th Street in Leawood and all the way in Overland Park. Let us review what's happened at Corbin Park, shall we not? How many times was that thing in bankruptcy? How many edifications did that have? Prairie Fire, we all know, is having issues. Parkway Plaza, we've had issues in Leawood. They've had issues in Overland Park. So I'm grateful that we don't have some of the issues, and that's why I say slow the roll, because I'm not going to live, I don't live my life in fear, James, and I hope the city council agrees with me, worrying about what else and it's going to be worse. That's not how Leawood does things. Worrying and making a judgment from a fear point of view is not the way I live, and not the way I hope this council will decide. But I'm grateful that, we used to have buffalo along there, buffalo and horses. But, I'm grateful that we don't have some of the issues that they've had farther to the west. Thank you.
Ms. Villa?
Thank you for the comments that have been shared. And I do want to thank the developer, Rick, and the staff, Mark, and their teams have really, really brought this forward with a lot more thought than we had with the first plan. Appreciate all the neighbors who came. I think I can tell you very, very truly that I have been in your shoes. And the developer does have the right to develop, and we want to listen to your concerns. And so it's all, when you get a packet like this, it's absolutely daunting. I mean, I'm trying to say is, do the traffic engineers know what they're doing? Do the stormwater? I didn't go to school that long, and I don't live long enough to get smart in all this. So I better hope somebody is doing their job right. But I would say that I have heard a comment about traffic that hasn't been talked about, and that's cut-through traffic, the Wilshire cut-through from High to 133. And I think that needs to be factored in this, because getting around to school is a pretty natural thing to do during commute times. I've thought about, it's interesting that villages typically were 1,000 people. And, that concept of, these quaint little villages, married a English-born and has family, and it's just sweet, those little villages. They had, all these different trades. They had the ability to be self-contained. And now part of that still, and maybe are inherent in our psyche, that we want to have that in mixed use, that what Park Place promised, work where you live, play where you live, and et cetera. But the conflict here, and maybe part of it's changing too with work at home, how do you create a village when you're spending so many dollars on infrastructure of roads? It's not like we're going to be walking and biking in the current way we live. And you look at density in larger metropolitan areas, they're walking the streets. We know that if you move to an urban area, you're going to lose 6 pounds because you're walking. And then if you move back to the suburbs, you're going to put it back on because we're going to get in our cars because it's so easy to park. So those conflicts, I don't think that I have resolution, but how do they, if we could divide 3 sections up and say, how does each compare to Mission Farms? Maybe we just need to do a third of this at a time so it's balanced, and with a plan that maybe it snaps together like a jigsaw puzzle. But, picking and parceling here with a bigger plan and no assurance that the marketplace, to Councilmember Kane's point of view, there's a reason that in 50 years no other developers come forward. There's a reason no one wants to take on this kind of project, because really the time maybe hasn't come yet. And I don't want to be rude, but what if nothing happens for another 10 years? Would that be so bad? Will our schools not get enough funding? Do we not have enough money to buy salt as a city? There's no dire thing here that says we need anybody's revenue. We are a very prosperous community, and we can do this right. Do people need homes? Yes. Are there any low-income homes in apartments in this scenario? Someone who might want to be teaching your kids, your preschool kids, maintaining your yards, do they still have to drive how many miles to get to these high-end rentals? So that we don't have a mixed use of residents there. We're not all going to be investment bankers with the salaries that can afford a $4,000 square foot second home while we have 2 or 3 others that we go back and forth with. So I don't know, are we really serving our greater community of needs? So I appreciate all that's been done. I really want us to ask about the traffic on High Drive, make sure that the gentleman who raised the questions about bike lanes has an answer he's happy with. And I'd like to have the ratio that we want to have of green space from a Parks and Rec the overall standard. And Old Leawood does not meet that, but we have a lot of big yards. If you take away the big yards and you don't have the ratio of green space to residents, which this doesn't appear to have, we aren't going to have the community feel of that Leawood has everywhere else. And so those are my thoughts, and if this were easy, it would be done.
Ms. Larson.
I too want to thank our staff and the developer and for all their work, and the residents who have also worked to stay engaged with this process. I'm optimistic that if we continue the process, we can end up with something that's really terrific that everyone can be happy with. I looked back at the minutes from our January 4th meeting, and some of the changes made from that meeting have been for the better, and some of them not for the better. We lost the double row of single-family homes, and the density increased. During the Planning Commission meeting, September 14th, Mr. Odo said he was nervous, and I'm kind of nervous about this too. He made reference to the fact that this is the second largest development in Leawood, second to town center. It's a super important decision, and we have to do it with confidence that we're doing the right thing for all parties involved, for the citizens of Leawood, for developers. I mean, we've got to make the right decision here, and I don't think we're to that place yet. I want to just make reference to a couple of the golden criterias that I don't see that have been met yet. The relative gain to the public, safety and welfare versus the hardship to the developer if this is denied. I have issues with the density. I have issues with the traffic. Adding 2,300 people into this area dramatically changes the dynamic there. I have some issues with that. Also, the extent which the removal of the restrictions will detrimentally affect the nearby property. I'd love to see more buffer. I'd love to see more green space. For how many people are going to be living there, I appreciate what's been done up to this point, but I'm really hoping for more on the green space. And then finally, I like win-win situations, and maybe this won't be a win-win, but I want to keep trying for a win-win. When we have a stack of letters from residents that are unhappy with the way that the Interact meetings have gone, and they don't feel like their voices have been heard, that's important to me. A person's home is, for most of us, our single most, biggest investment, and it is an emotional issue. But I think if we can all take a deep breath, come together, exchange ideas, and I do disagree with Mr. Holland that there's not a consensus, because the consensus that I heard from the many emails and from the comments are that there are issues with density, there are issues with traffic, issues with the amount of apartments, the buffer, and the green space. I heard this as consensus points. Finally, we've had some comparisons with Mission Farms and Park Place, and I don't see these as apples to apples comparisons. This is a unique piece of property. It's bigger than those pieces of property. It's going to have more, and we want it to be special, just like those developments are special. And I hope that we can keep working towards that goal. I'm not saying no forever. I'm saying no for now. That's where I am.
Mr. Osmond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a point of question or clarification before I talk, which is at 12 o'clock. Do we have an extension after that, or is it a final hard?
No, you can extend.
Okay, thank you. So I've listened to everyone tonight, and we've gone over this for the past year and a half so far, almost two years. And all of you know what I do, and staff knows what I do. Most of the residents that are here tonight don't know what I do. I am not on the same par as Mr. Rainier nor Mr. Odo. Both of them have a stellar relationship with the community, with the development team that works in Kansas City. And I have to go back to 2012. And in 2012, I decided to get my master's in real estate at UMKC. I happened to get judged by Mr. Rainier as part of his building at UMKC for my thesis. This is a quintessential case study that should be written up as to what not to do over the past year and a half. Now, I can't say that I'm on the par with Mr. Odo because he does have a fabulous product out there. Make no mistake about that. But the problem that I see is a couple-fold. First, we've got the residents that from day one have said, Rick is a blank. You can insert whatever you want, but I'm not going to listen to him. So they put on their ears, over their ears, and want to think what they want. You've got Mr. Odo and his development team that says, I know exactly what the residents want, but not actually listening to them. And so it's almost like, and I hate to use the analogy of Facebook given today and Instagram. We live in a world that is so compact, so there's no communication. Everything is done in snippets by sound bites via Facebook, Instagram, Nextdoor, that sometimes you lose the focus. I did a development years ago that was 22 acres, nothing in comparison to this. And that was a monumental task that took 4.5 years on my part with my development team. In that, I met with HOAs, I met with churches, I met with neighborhoods, I met with individual residents. 47 times I looked it up over close to 5 years. Now, we didn't necessarily agree on everything, but it got to the point at the end where we went before City Council and we had virtually unanimous approval from the residents because I listened to them, they listened to me, and we tweaked the plan a million different times. I'm working on a very small 2-acre tract right now. That tract is not here in the city, but I physically yesterday went door to door and knocked on everyone in the neighborhood to figure out and let them know I am coming before them, and here's my number. If you have anything, if you have any concerns, please let me know. And I get some great feedback and not so great feedback. But we look at tonight and we look at the past and we say, what are we doing from both parties? 3 Interact meetings in a year and a half, where and I know it's COVID, But not to have that personal interaction to understand where the residents are coming from and where the developer's coming from is truly unacceptable. Yes, it's come before us multiple times. I can tell you, at least from my opinion, the first time that we got that proposal, I would grade it an F-. And that's a very loose or generous grading on the system. There was no connectivity. It was basically a plan that was on a 1 to 10 or, A to Z. It was plan number A that really wasn't thought out. And you had rows of houses that you had problems with fire connections, with police, that if you needed to get in, there was only one way in or out. We had problems with fences that were privately gated that all of us said, Leawood needs to be open. And the developer said, well, let me look at that. And granted, Mr. Odo and his team has done a remarkable job from getting to that point to today. But do I think it's perfect? No. Do I think it's a B-, C+? Yes. Should it be A? Yes. And that's something that I truly think we're almost there. And it's something in which we need to look at certain things. My point is, the residents have said, we need certain park areas that are not just a quarter of an acre or a little snippet here or there. We're looking at pockets of commercial that maybe we will reevaluate and say, okay, this can be done a little bit differently. But I truly want this to happen, and I want it to happen whether or not it's today, 6 months from now, a year from now, because I truly think that there are very few people that could take down 120 acres of land and do it in a phased fashion. I'm going to throw it out there, and I hate James. I know that you love just as much as work sessions, remanding it back. But I truly think that if the residents step back and say, okay, we understand that some project is going to happen, and from the Odo team, be forthright and candid. The worst thing that you can do is, as a developer, either not say the right thing or not be forthright. So one of the prime example is when you have parking garages. I did a parking garage years ago at $22,000 parking stall. It's now $35,000 a parking stall. If you do surface parking, it's $5,000 to $6,000 a parking stall. So the costs are dramatic. But if you don't explain that to the residents and understand that the costs are going up, that it might not be feasible, and at the same time, when you're looking at apartment communities and you're saying, okay, I am leasing an apartment for $1,000 a month, you are going to get a certain clientele. When you lease apartments at the top of the cost in Kansas City at $3,000 to $4,000 a unit, who can afford those? Think about it logically. And think about from a standpoint of a mortgage payment. If you've got a mortgage payment that is $3,000, that's the equivalent of a $500,000 house that's now an apartment. Who is going to live in those apartments? A 25-year-old, a 30-year-old, or a 55-year-old that either has kids that are just graduating or older? Now, this is a generalization. You're going to have individual families, but you got to look at it on a case-by-case basis and say, why is the development team doing certain things? And I'd like to extend for
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Second.
Motion from Mr. Osmond, second from Mr. Azeltine. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Now, from the resident standpoint, they have very valid concerns that might or might not have been addressed in the Interact meetings. We have the luxury of sitting up here with 800 pages of materials. We have the luxury of having staff that is overly qualified, that half of us are on the Stormwater Committee, half of us are on the Public Works Committee, that we see on a regular basis some traffic issues. And we're in depth on things. But if you educate and you understand where the residents are coming from, they might have a valid concern, they might not. Just like green space. Deborah, you're in touch with green space and connectivity and bike trails and everything, and that's what we love about you. The residents are the same way. They want to have a neighborhood feel. They want to have some sort of area that people can go to, and everyone in the email that we saw is Gezer Park, Gezer Park, Gezer Park. And there's no really Gezer Park connectivity meeting space other than a open area with food trucks or art showings or cars, and that's great. That brings people together, but also you have other parts that you need to look at. I could go on, but I'm going to stop, and I'm going to basically say both parties are right, both parties are wrong. I think we're at the 20-yard line trying to figure out how to modify and tweak and do certain things and get it to that point where if everyone take a step back and inhale and exhale and say, how do I look at it from their standpoint versus ours? I think we'll be there.
Thank you. Mr. Rawlings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Osmond, for your comments. Before you started commenting, I wanted to get back to Mr. Bob Renier's question or observation. He says, I don't know which road to go down on. And I think that's a very, very honest statement by his part. And so here we are. We've got to give Mr. Renier and Mr. Odo our thoughts on what it should be next. What road should they go down? I've got concerns about, I understand we need to get together. Something is going to be approved, but I've got concerns about the neighbors who, it's not in my backyard. All I have is negative emails from them. So who would the developer and the owner of the land talk with that can be reasonable and to your point, level and make good suggestions and so I don't see that happening over there, and that's got to be something that this council needs to give direction to the neighbors on who is going to represent. Is it going to be the homeowners association boards? Is it going to be meetings with every one of the homes associations or the blocks or whatever, and then pull all that together? But I think we owe it to the developer and to Mr. Renier to give them some direction on what road we see they should go down to next. Something's going to be approved at some point in time. I agree we're on the 20-yard line, but, you know, we know who gets on the 20-yard line sometimes doesn't make it in football. So.
Mr. Osmond, did you have one more?
Yeah, I just had a quick thing. If you recall, we approved a plan just south on 135th Street. That took, if I'm not mistaken, close to 2 years and multiple revisions, remanding it back to the Planning Commission. And in that time, there were no residents. It was just us that were trying to come up with the 135th Street plan. Does it meet the criteria? What would we like to see? And the developer, after multiple times, came back with a product much different and much better than the first version. Thank you.
Well, I'm not hearing 5 votes to approve this plan tonight. I don't know that I'm hearing 5 votes to deny this either. I'm hearing possible remand or possible continuance. You know, when I look at this plan, I agree it has come a long way. And I really do appreciate Mr. Klein's work with this. And I take exception somewhat on criticism of our 135th Street corridor plan, which I know we've just accepted. It's not codified. And frankly, I would not want to ever see 6 stories. I think for the city of Leawood, 4 stories ought to always be. I mean, if you go to lots of main cities in the world, I'm not saying in the United States, but some of the most beautiful cities, 4 stories about the height max. But I look at this, and I know it might have 8.05. I think those are the numbers he's using, units per acre, but it looks like it's all developed. And I know he says there's 17.4 acres of green space, but I only really see the Chadwick Park, which is like 1.03 acres, and then that other little area that has the one building on it. Perhaps if that building was removed, but that's still probably only a little over an acre. I would like to see some meaningful green space in that development, and I'm not trying to design it up. I know Mr. Clover and others can figure that out, but I'd like to see fewer apartments, and I'd like to see more ownership opportunities. I don't think the residential housing units are a bad thing. I think if there was a way to have some more mixed use in there, it would be nice. But I do know Market Square's got a lot of mixed use, and there's mixed use on the east end of this. And hopefully that will come to pass. But if there were more opportunities for some more home ownership and not as many apartments, I think it would be a better plan. And that's my opinion. So, and I do think that would appease a lot of the neighbors' concerns, because I've heard the density of the apartments more than I've heard anything else. As far as taking the twin villas out and going down with single family, I heard that initially from a lot of the residents. I didn't hear anybody bring that up tonight. So I don't know, maybe they like the look of the twin villas, and that is then one more product. And it's a very popular product in Meadowbrook, I will tell you. So again, not to design it, but to just give some, I do think I've heard Mr. Odo and Mr. Renier say, if not this, we'd like some direction. So I think that's what you all are doing. And Mr. Lamberts, now do you want to, you said you wanted to talk about procedure earlier. So do you have any?
Well, I was going to say that I did not anticipate a decision coming tonight. I mean, just given the process I knew we were facing, going till tomorrow. I don't think remanding it to the Planning Commission at this point is the right move. I think there's an opportunity here for the staff, Mark and me, to meet with the developer and take into account the things that you said and see if we can achieve changes more in the direction that you all have said. And so I'd like for it to be continued to the first Monday in November. If that fails, then we'll go from there. But I'd like to keep it at our level, and we all are hearing what you're saying. And now the developer, again, he's got to make sure the project pencils out. That's always, the conflict here. And so if you want a 40-acre park, obviously that isn't going to happen. But in any event, I'd say I'd rather have it continued, keep it at your level, at least this go-around.
I move to continue this to the first meeting in November to allow staff to work with the developer.
Second.
May I ask a question?
Sure. First, we have a motion from Ms. Villa and a second from Ms. Harrison, I think it was, to continue to November 2nd. Now, discussion. Ms.
Yes,
King.
thank you. I agree. I don't think a remand is the right move, so I would agree with the continuance for sure. But what I didn't hear is any effort in what you just said, Mr. Lambers, about communicating with the residents and efforts in that regard. I know we heard them. We heard their comments, we've read their comments, but I think if we were going to have a meaningful discussion and a meaningful movement forward for the continuance, that we have to involve the residents. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Well, I don't think the continuance and moving for a continuance to allow modifications is without taking into account what the residents have said. I mean, that's what we're all talking about up here, too.
Granted, but just to be part of the process, which they're begging to be part of the process. I guess that's my thought.
Okay.
Sorry. Who among the residents and how would that work, Julie?
Yeah, I don't know. That's, that's
my concern.
yeah, well.
Well, we
and
have a
then-
process and.
We heard them.
We're doing
And
it.
they'll be able to speak again,
Well,
too.
Then there you go. Like I said, we're part of a team. If that's the process, that's the process. But will they, well, I guess they'll have an opportunity to speak again, right? At the first meeting in November. And I guess they have an opportunity to keep writing. Yeah, just thank you.
Mr. Osmond?
I'd like to see if there's a friendly amendment to that proposal, which is the first Monday in November happens to be Monday Night Football, Chiefs versus New York. And I know that certain residents in the area might have either plans to go to the game or the developer might have plans to go to the game. I don't know. So what I'd like to do is November 1st or a date selected by staff and the developer.
I think that makes sense. I do know that we try to keep these on the first Monday because the planning projects are not very plentiful.
We have to have a date certain for the planning process.
Okay, so-
Councilmember, I will take your comments into consideration.
I think it just needs to be fair to the developer and to the residents.
Agreed. If we're making progress, we're not ready to come to the council at the first meeting, then the second meeting in November would
Well,
certainly.
wouldn't it have to be the first meeting in
No,
December?
really, the reason that I said the first meeting in November is our next meeting, we have a project across the street that's somewhat controversial.
Oh, yeah, true.
And so hopefully we can resolve that and then, look, hopefully for the first meeting in November. But
Well, then shall we make it for the second meeting in November right now? Shall we amend it to the
that would be
second
fine.
meeting?
That'd be fine.
And what is the date on that, please?
16th?
15th.
So a friendly amendment
The
accepted
15th?
to make,
15th, yeah.
continue it to November 15.
15th?
Do we need to make
What-
sure the developer's available?
We're just asking that right now.
Can
I
we
think
make
it's
it
the
the second?
15th. Monday, the 15th. Oh,
You're out of town. We could go to the first meeting. I mean, if you all are, I'm sure there are a lot of people who would like to watch that Chiefs game, but we
Hey,
could. we
no
could-
one's a bigger Chiefs fan than me, but, I mean, come on, this is serious. So, let's
Let's
just
move it up to
forward.
6 o'clock. What time's the game start?
can we do that? We can't start it at 6?
Apparently not.
See, they're all against it already.
I don't know. Ms. Bennett, I'm looking at you.
You could do a special call at a different time.
Can we do it Tuesday at 7?
Oh, I don't think we ought to move it off Monday. We don't even have calendars to look at our own calendars. Well, I don't have a calendar. If you want to move it to the first meeting in December, we could do that.
I think that might be the best resolution.
Developer's saying no.
I'm assuming, Mr. Odo, you're available that first meeting in December?
I am, but I really need to know which direction this is going, because I'm missing other opportunities right now that I've passed so that I can build
Well, I
this
think
one.
if you've heard the discussion, you know which direction it's going. I
Well,
think we want to see
understand-
it
I understand. I just really like to do it
modified.
November 1st. I know as much as a football fan as I am too, this to me is, you know, I'd like to have
It's,
it
I
on the
think it's
7th.
November 2nd, is that right?
Well, whenever it's the first,
November 1 is a Monday.
Oh, so it is November 1st?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
yeah.
All right,
I'd like
I
to
was
do it.
told it was the
I could
2nd.
do it the following
Let's stay with
Monday.
that.
All right. We'll have a vote then on the motion, which I don't think we've accepted the friendly amendment. The motion is to, and let me ask this, Mr. Osmond, would you miss this meeting?
No, I wouldn't miss this meeting.
Okay.
I would be here.
All right.
However, that just told me right there that you heard the residents speak loud and clear, and you wanted to do your own thing.
I do care about the
A
residents.
number of residents will not be here. A number of residents probably have parties. We will all be here. I would not miss this.
I'll take whatever date you guys deem.
No, it's okay.
appropriate.
We'll do the first.
Is there any other,
What's that out there?
is there any other comment on this motion before we vote? All right, all in
Madam
favor of continuing to November 1st, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay?
Nay.
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 Nay from Ms. Kane, Mr. Osmond, Ms. Larson, and would you like to give your reasoning?
I think I just said it.
Okay.
Yes, same.
Can we consider, I mean, Patty's suggestion of a special call, maybe on Tuesday, the
Yeah,
2nd?
why can't we have a
can make it?
Tuesday meeting? I mean, for this very special issue, I want to have the residents here to hear their feedback as to how much progress has been made before we make the decision.
Well, if you want to have a Tuesday meeting, I will tell you, I would have to look at my calendar because I don't have it in front of me right now, and I'm not even sure I'm available.
Well,
But
the
if
first
you-
Tuesday is Election Day. I know it's not a Chiefs game, but I think it's kind of important.
So guys, let's just say if the residents, it's really important to them and they haven't already communicated their ideas, then they're going to stay home and watch the Chiefs game. But we can all record the game. Everybody has to promise not to look at their phone, and you can go home and watch it later. So if there's any movement on that, I would say we move it forward on the 1st, let the developer get going, and then stay with our first Monday and see if we want to move it up to 6 o'clock start time so that it's more like a work session.
Our next item on the agenda was actually to approve the, that's the 18th, starting at 7. So this motion was approved for, it will be a 7.
Well, we hadn't said anything about a time.
I thought I counted 4 again. I thought Mr. Rawlings was also against.
Well, I didn't really, I'll vote for November 1.
Well, now that we voted for November 1, do you want to discuss moving it to 6 o'clock?
The game's at 7:15. It won't make
Oh, it
any
is?
difference if we start the meeting at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. The game's going to be missed. It won't matter. Given our
Please.
given the past history and the residents not feeling heard in this process is the reason why I voted to go to the first Monday in December.
Well, you didn't vote for that, you just voted against this.
Yeah.
Mr. Holland?
We'd be okay with December 1st if you guys want to go there.
Make a motion to continue this.
Well,
till
you'd
December.
have to
We'd have
make a
to-
motion to rescind.
Right.
Make a motion to rescind the earlier motion of November 1st.
Second.
Motion from Ms. Phillips, second from Mr. Asseltine to rescind the approval of November 1st and go to, is it December 1st?
It's December 6th is the first meeting.
December 6th.
December 6th. Okay, but the motion is to rescind the previous action. So all in favor of that action, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. All right, it's approved unanimously. Now a motion to,
Continue till December the 6th.
is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Rawlings.
May I ask a question?
Yes, Ms. Kane.
Mr. Lambers, is there going to be an opportunity for the homeowners to see the plan prior to that meeting live?
Typically, the council would be the first ones to see it. I mean, it's a staff project. It would not go to the public first before you saw it.
Okay, so I just,
Will be in the
if that's
packet.
the procedure, that's the procedure. I want the residents to understand that there
What
is.
what we can do is, I'll figure out a way to send, I'll tell you what I'll do, is that we will send out the packet for this item, for that agenda out early, and make it available on our webpage and for the residents. So they'll get it ahead of the meeting. I mean, ahead of the normal time, which would be Friday.
So as soon as we have it, they'll have it.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully they all heard that. That'll be on the web for them to
I think the word will get
view.
out.
Pardon?
I think the word will get out.
Okay. All right, now, have we voted? We haven't voted on that yet. All right, all in favor of December the 6th for this continuance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, it's approved unanimously. I do want to say I believe the Planning Commission will be glad this was not remanded because they have been very diligent and very, very studious with these 800 pages or whatever it's grown to. So thank you. And my best wishes to the developing team to work with our staff and bring us back something that can get an affirmative approval. We have no old business. We have one item under new business, scheduled governing body meeting for Monday, October 18, 2021 at 7 p.m. Motion from Ms. Phila.
Second.
Second from Ms. Larson. If there's no discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, thank you. Having no more business to come before this body, we are adjourned.